tablet. I wish things would stay the same. They always get messed up. It says orientation is blocked. Rotate device back. Well, it's where I want it. Let's see how it looks on my tablet. Hold on. Oh, it looks okay. I'm going to ignore that message. I don't know what it's doing. But it's awfully hard to get to. Let's try this. I may not be able to zoom in and out a lot because of the crap that's going on here. Oh, dear me. Welcome to my stream. This is Meri at the Meri Atelier, and today is Sunday, January 12th, and I'm ready to do some art. Hi, Joyce. Hi, Elise. Better now. We can hear you okay. All right. Well, that's good. I feel like I should tip it just a little to get a little bit more of this there. Hi, Vale. Welcome in. Thank you for your message, Vale. I surely did appreciate that. And Elise is trying to do a sketch a day. Good for you, Elise. You're inspiring me. I don't know if I can do a sketch a day, but I need to start sketching more. And when I saw your post, I said, oh, cool. So welcome in, everybody. I see 9 of you out there. Some of you are up in the balcony, and that's perfectly okay. Let me fix my quality here on my tablet so that it looks halfway decent. Quality up from 360 to 1080. Okay. Yeah. It is fun. And you know, those sketches do not have to be, I mean, they can be as detailed and beautiful as you want, but they don't have to be. They just have to be your fun. So I do have a card here from Cheryl, and I wanted to share that. She said, for you. And let me open this up right here. And look, she sent me a Christmas card. Thank you, Cheryl. Looks like there's a little scissors in there. I think that came out of there. Let's see what's inside. I'm not sure where the little scissors charm came from. We're going to say it came from Cheryl. I'm going to put it over here. I have a spot for that. And look, she made a beautiful cluster here. That'll go in my stitch journal. Isn't that pretty? Thank you, Cheryl, so much. And then she sent me, it looks like a, what is this about? Walker Cunningham Fine Art. It looks like a Happy Mail out of a magazine. Tom Keene, made with good judgment. Raymond Hall. She might have meant that to cover up this, so that it wouldn't get smashed in the... And she says, Meri and family, I wish that God's peace and the pure joy of Christmas will fall gently over you and those you love. Love, little sister Cheryl is crafting. And Cheryl has been fighting cancer all year, probably in the year before, all in 2024. I think she's still going through some radiation. But thank you, Cheryl. I surely do appreciate your card and your goodies. And look, I've got a full box of cards here. And I think what I'll do now is put this in my Christmas box. I have a few other things to put in there. And then next year, maybe I'll journal, make a card journal. So thank you so much, Cheryl. Oh, I guess I'll keep this out. We'll put that in my stitch journal. I'm going to put it over here for now. You did a cat and a cow? Ooh, that's fun. Well, what I have out here, besides Penelope, are two big 3-ring binders. Now, one of these is going to be used for my tatting journal. And I'm going to follow I'm going to follow Elise. She said if you're doing the tatting class this year, to heads up that they're going to be working in the journals. But I'm going to make mine after Tammy Montgomery's style, where she uses these half sheet. And actually, I had set this all up last year. I just haven't got my patterns and samples in here. This is really going to be kind of a sample book. So, the other one, I do have these pages in. No, I don't. Good. I think what I'm going to do is put this one, the red one, aside, and I'll show you what I'm going to do with the white one. And this is going to be for my Society of Idea Collector journal. I still feel like my camera needs to be tipped a little bit more. No, it's okay. This is going to be for my Society of Idea Collector journal that Dee Dee Willingham is doing a 3-ring binder. And this one already has tabs in it, which is nice. I don't have to go buy tabs. And yeah, but for right now, I'm going to take those out. Yeah, it's knocking stuff down over here because it's so big. Because I want to work with the cover tonight. And I want to do something unique and creative with the cover. Because it's the Society of Idea Collector. And let me just take out the tabs. Boy, I'm sure glad there were a lot of tabs in here. And I can make my own pockets and folders and maybe put some of those sheet protectors in there. I think I have another white journal like this that has more of those sheet protectors in it. All right, let's close this up. And we'll be putting these back in later. I'm just going to set them behind me for right now. And I'm going to turn this over. And yeah, the binder's going to be dimensional for a minute. This is almost vertical here. Let me refresh. Hi, Pam. Let me refresh my chat. Sometimes this chat does not scroll on my tablet. Welcome in. Hi, Mariana. Welcome in. It's glad to have you join us. And what I'm going to do, you're going to go, oh no, what is she doing? I am going to cut the vinyl off of this. Yes, I am. And I'm just going to make a light cut. I don't care. I could save the vinyl. And I might, because I want to make a greenhouse putz house. If you don't know what a putz house is, a P-U-T-Z, I got that from Kimberly in my morning stream. And she was talking about putz houses. And there's these little house kind of decorations. I think they started over in Germany. And they're made out of cardboard and paper, and then I put modeling paste on here for the snow. But I want to make a greenhouse one, and I have the model for it. But let me put this back. I need a greenhouse, and this will work perfect for the covering. So I might just save this off and use it in other applications. Now, I don't want just the vinyl off, the transparent. I want the vinyl off too. I want to go clear down to the cardboard. But we're going to take this apart little by little. And I'm not going to take the binding off. I'm going to leave this 3-ring binder. And what is Society of Idea Collector if you can't experiment and have fun with the book, right? Now let's go over here, and you can see I got this at Goodwill for $2. And I'm going to leave that tab on because I just don't want to fool with it. Let's see. Let's see if I can get the whole sheet off here. What is Society of Idea Collector good for if you can't have fun with the journals? And, you know, last year I put in, or the last one I made, I put in that Tim Holtz light bulb, blinking lights. Well, we're not going to do that this year. We're going to do something different. Or this time. I still have pages in my last one to fill in, but I have a lot of stuff that can be put in it because I couldn't find it for the longest time. I'm going to save this binding. This white, I might or might not throw away. Do I have white? Now, these do have white, and they do have pockets in here. I'm going to try to leave that, but I want to take out, and do I want to leave this? No, I think I want to take this plastic off here too. Yeah. And I think it's already has a slit there, so I want to maybe turn it this way so I can see it a little better. And I'm not seeing where I'm going here because it's Did I get that? Now I still have I can't see because I'm seated. I think I have some to trim off there, but I can come back to that. It's kind of hard to hold it and cut it too. There we go. Now, I do want the white off of the front cover, the outside cover. I want it to go clear down to the cardboard, and I see I have plastic in here. Let's take that off. And I got inspired. Oh, let me get a trash sack out. I was going to come in here yesterday and work on a video for my community center. And you know what happened? I got to cleaning. And I cleaned the space underneath there was a foot space underneath of my computer desk. And I had all sorts of stuff tucked in way at the back, and it looks like, yeah, I cleaned all that out. It took me a while. And by the time I got done, I didn't feel like doing the video. I'm getting out a trash sack here because I know I'm going to have trash. Okay. Let's see who's come in. Who have I missed saying hello to? Hi, Kitty Jen. Hi, Angie Brown. Joyce is here. Mariana, Stitch It Pam, Elise, Vale, Joyce Boring. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you for coming in on a cold Sunday night. Have you guys been following the news on the California wildfires? Oh, my heart goes out to them. My heart goes out to them. Nobody needs to suffer that much loss. I'm going to move, I have a Cool Whip container and a frosting container. I'm going to move them off my desk for a minute. All right, now we're going to take off this white, hopefully just off of the front. I want to get clear down to the inside. And I don't care if it's Did I get it? Yeah. I don't care if it's cut at an angle here. Let's see if I can't get that a little better. No, it's gonna bite me. Is it going to come off? I think it's going to come off the other side too. I'm going to take all of the vinyl off then, because it's going to come off of the inside. It's hooked to the inside over here. So let's just take all of the vinyl off. I want to get down to the cardboard, because I'm going to work on the cover, but I don't want to work on the vinyl. And can I just fold that over? Looks like I can if I get the corner off. And Debbie Epps had a sale today. If you missed it and interested, her channel is Debbie Epps, DebbyePPS. She sold a lot of really cool stuff. She might have some stuff left over if you're interested. I was trying to share my circle stencils that I bought, and I think I was being more of a disruption than a help, so I finally just had to leave because she was trying to help somebody and I was getting in the way. It's a wonder she didn't say, "Meri, would you shut up?" I said it to myself. I said, "Meri, she's busy, you better leave." So I did. But I did buy a good amount from her. Debbie used to be an art teacher. Now she's publishing some books on Amazon, some clip art books. She's got a collage book out there. And I'm sure she probably has some of her books left if you're interested. And she probably has, I don't know, I didn't see how the sale ended, so I don't know if she sold any of her stuff that was left or not. Sometimes the sellers, toward the end of their sale, I'll keep this around for a while. Toward the ends of their, oh look, this is not bound to the, it's not bound to the spine. This whole thing comes up. I'm not going to take any more off until I fix this. I wonder if that's like that too. Oh dear. Well, I don't care so much about the plastic. What I care about is the cover. So I'm going to get the edge off here. Before I go any further, I'm going to put some tape across here. And I just happen to have some out, but I've got all my pencils and stuff stuck in it, side of it. And let's just put some, let's see, I want to get that corner. That'll come off on the inside. Now, although, let me turn it so I can see this. Let's see, I took the plastic off. I'm afraid if I take off this plastic here, that the whole thing will fall apart. So I'm going to leave the white plastic on the spine, but I am going to put some tape across this so I don't pull it apart any further. And let me just cut this. Can you see what I'm doing? I'm cutting the end of the tape here. Doing a pretty awesome job. It's not cutting good through it with this X-Acto knife. It works better with the scissors. Let me cut this off here. Okay, let's turn it around. And let's take this off. And, well, I guess I should have left that on. It's interesting to see how these were made. The only thing that was holding this cardboard cover on was the plastic, the vinyl. I would have thought that they would have attached the cardboard down to the spine. Come on. It's being stubborn. Well, I'm going to get out those old scissors and snip at it here. Throw these away. So they're in my way. I might save that. Hi, Beth Schuler. Welcome in. Hi, Sharon Lombard. I'm taking apart a 3-ring binder. I wanted to bring it down to the cardboard thinking it was a complete book, but I quickly discovered that the vinyl is what's holding the cardboard on. So I taped, and I think I'm going to have to tape again because this is not going to be enough to hold it. And I'm going to take the release paper off here. And of course it's not coming off all in one. It's being stubborn. Come on, get off of there. Well, that came off. Now I just need to... Come on, don't fool with me. There we go. Well, it's not coming off very well. Let's try it on this side. I guess I should have taken it off before I put it down, but that's trouble too. There's trouble in River City. There we go. All right, now I'm going to have to put another piece across here because that little piece it's uneven. So let me do that. Of course, I got all my pins out here because I tend to stick my pins in the center of the tape roll. It's a good place for them. All right, we'll just put this, if I can manage it, Shall I put it up a little? I think I shall. Put it up around the gutter there. And of course it's sticky. And let's cut that off. And I threw all that the stuff away. I can get a hold of a piece of it. Did it go down on the floor? Hold on. Yes, here it is. I always like to put a piece of paper behind my tape here when I cut, because then I have paper on the top and paper on the bottom. And I don't know if I can put it so you guys can see it or not. I can't hold it, but I'm going to cut right across there. I think. If I can. Maybe I will put it up a little. I want to cut, right? It's pretty hard to get in there. Right there. Okay, and we'll just leave that paper on here for the next time. And there will be a next time because I want to do the other side. But before I do that, I think I'll go ahead and take, because see what's going to happen? Well, maybe it's will hold this together. Maybe all I have to do is cut. Let's try cutting this off first. Right in. Whoops. I want to get down to the cardboard, but that cardboard was not bound in there. It was just held in there by this vinyl. Let me turn it around because I'm putting my hand on the sticky stuff. Let's cut here. How did I get in there? I don't think I even got in there. Open my blade a little. There's a part of it that doesn't want to cut. I wonder why. Probably because I still have some of that plastic on it. All right. So I think, see, I've got it. So this is the bottom here. I got the bottom up at the top. I think what I want on the outside is cardboard. I may just put a piece of paper. That's vinyl. This is vinyl. Let me get a sheet of paper. Let's just put a sheet of paper on this because it'll act like the cardboard. And with what I'm going to do with this, it will be okay. and I went ahead across this vinyl. And of course I didn't get all the way up because this is larger than 11. Now, let's see if I can get this piece off in one swoop. There we go. And we'll just straighten it out as best I can here. Get in the gutter. Yeah. This isn't going to matter too much up here if it gets a little wrinkly because of what I'm going to do with it. All right, let's see who's in here. Hi, Christy. Hi, Sherry Van. Judy, Kitty Jen. Christy Rhodes. Angie. Welcome in, ladies. Welcome, welcome in. Welcome in. Sharon Lombard, Vale, Angie, Beth Schuler. Welcome in, ladies. I hope your weekend has gone good. I've been kind of setting back a little. Yesterday I didn't get much of anything done. Now I do think I'm going to cut across there because I'm also going to take off this and I don't want it in my way. So let's just, yeah, I'm knocking stuff off. I'm glad I moved those containers. I'm just going to cut. Maybe I can see it better if I cut over here. Or at least start it over here. Now, I can't see much of anything. Where's my ruler? Oh, it's buried. Now, I wonder if I can hold that while I'm cutting. And I think that will be good enough. Okay, now I also want to cut this side, which means I'll have to tape this side too. And I see I've got some white. I'm going to take that off, if and I can. No, don't cut your fingers, Mary. Angie doesn't like it when I get out the knife. So get those fingers out of the way, Mary. That looked dangerous. It really was. You want to cut away from your fingers. Now I'll get the scissors out down here. Now I want to cut this vinyl off of this side. Well, I got vinyl here. Let's cut that off. Use the scissors. All right. And I already started making a cut here, but I think I'm going to use my ruler. Make it a little bit more even. Of course, it's crooked. I keep going crooked. It really doesn't matter too much because it's going to be covered up. But I'm just trying to get sort of an even cut here. did it even get through it? I think it did. Can't see because it's way across the room. I'm laughing at my straight cutting. Not straight at all, Mary. So this is going to eventually be my Society of Idea Collector journal, and I'm gonna follow Dee Dee, but I'm going to alter this binder cover, and I'm kind of excited about what I'm gonna do with that. I need to get the scissors out again, maybe these little ones. Oh, that's pretty good. It's not perfect. All right, let's see what I can do over here. Can I do it any better job? Can you guys see? There we go. That's what I wanted. Now let's go over here. I want to get down to the cardboard, at least on the outside. Go now, maybe, if it's good to me, we can just cut it here. There we go, that came off pretty good. Okay, but what I have the issue with is this cardboard is only held in, and it's a very interesting fact, it's only held in by the binding here. Otherwise I could lift this cardboard out, and I don't want to do that. But on the inside, the vinyl is also holding it on the inside. So I'm going to leave the vinyl on the inside. I think it'll be fine. And I have pockets in there. I might, after I get this all done, put, or maybe even before, put some tape down here at the bottom to strengthen the openings. But see how that lifts out? That's not, that cover is not even bound together here. So what I want to do is what I did on the other side and put a tape across here. And I'll make sure that tape gets down on the inside. I'm going to leave the vinyl on the back. Otherwise, the whole thing would probably fall apart. So, let's see, I got a piece of cardboard on this. Is it going to come off? Here's my knife. Good enough. So, and I'll probably end up putting 2 pieces on. just to strengthen it. And let's take a piece of this and put it under here. So when I cut, I'll cut paper on both sides of my tape there. Mostly. It's a little hard, but it's good enough. And there's paper on both sides of this. Now I want to take this all off first, I think. I think my problem was on the other side I didn't take it all off or get a good start on it here. Now I'm going to burnish it down a little if I can. And sometimes it helps to have a pin to get underneath between the paper and the tape, between the release paper and the tape, and get your little tab, a little pull tab to pull up on. Thank you, Penelope. And let's pull this side first. Oh, come on, don't be stubborn. Yeah, it doesn't want to pull, it wants to pull this way, not this way. And I just want half of it here, because I want to put that side down in. Hold on. There we go. Now, let's make sure I get tape in the gutter. And then I'm going to pull it all off. Now I'm going to put paper on this too, because with what I'm going to do, the paper will be fine. Can't see how far down to go, maybe. No, I need to. I think that will do it. And then get the gutter here. And then the outside. And it wants to wrinkle a little, but really the wrinkles on this doesn't matter because of what I'm going to do. What really matters is I leave me a gutter. And let's cut that. There we go. And I've got a little tape on the side here to cover up a little, not that, my paper here. A little on here. And then I think I have some over on this side too. That's not long enough. Oops, if I bump the camera, I'm very sorry. Where's my knife? Oh, this will work. I turned the blade in. For those of you that were worried, I think I'm about done with this part of it. What's coming up is the fun part. See, I want to save this for release paper, but I can throw the other paper scraps away. And let's put my scissors away. And throw that trash away. What's underneath? Some more trash. Or that's tape. I can save the tape for if I want a little piece of double-sided tape. And yeah, see, I put a little piece here so that I can get it off easy the next time. And I put that up above, and then I start putting my, oops, looks like I lost the cap to that. Well, that's probably all dried up. If you don't snap your caps on, you're in trouble. Well, where's the cap to it? Here it is. I think we caught it in time. I think it came off because I think it's going to, see, it's still good. So you need to snap those caps on these paint pens real tight. But what I do is I start doing this up above because I don't have enough room for all my pens and everything. And I never have enough room on my desk for everything. I'm going to put this back over here. The knives I put in my drawer. That I can save. This goes up here. I even put this little squirt bottle on the side of that paint roll because then I can find it and it kind of balances my pens out. My ruler back over here, my pencil, and I throw all this stuff away. All right, so now let me come out and look at chat and then I'll continue on here. But basically all I did was bring this book cover down to, on the outside, down to the cardboard. So I can work on just the cardboard. I don't want to work on the vinyl. The inside has vinyl in it, and I think that it's going to be good. It's going to be good. I might end up putting tape along the edges here, like what I did, because I can see it's loose. See? And I probably should do that right away. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. I put that tape away, but before I do that, I want to come out and look at chat. We'll do it like this, because it's going to cause me an issue if I don't take care of it. It's already kind of folding up here. There we go. So we'll put tape here like we did up here, and paper. And it's okay to have the paper up there because this is going to get covered. Okay, let me refresh my chat and welcome everybody in. Thank you for joining me on a cold Sunday night. Hi, Cindy Rain Girl. Welcome in, Cindy. Thank you for your message. I appreciated your thoughts there. Hi, Katia. Welcome in, Katia. Hi, Becky. How's your house doing, Becky? I'll bet they didn't work on a Sunday, did they? I know Becky's wanting to get her house back in order. It's getting there. Becky said, we just got back from Scott's mom's. Well, welcome in and thank you for joining us. Karen, did Karen K come in? Hi, Karen K. Nope, they don't work on the weekends. Well, you can't blame them. They're young. They're young. They have extra pay on the weekends. It's an emergency if they work on weekends. Let's see, who did I miss? Becky's here, Katia, Karen K, Angie, Cindy Rain Girl, Maritza. Hi, Maritza. Welcome in. Hi, Legia. Oh, she's going to lurk while she's doing a little painting. That's perfectly okay. I follow Legia on Facebook. I always enjoy seeing what she's working on. Let me get a sip of water. Who else did I miss here? Sherry Van is here. Legia, Sherry, Angie, Legia. She says, hello, Mary, and happy Sunday. Renee. Hi, Renee Suzanne. She says, hello, Mary and chat. I'm watching from the balcony with painful shoulders. Oh, no. How did you do that? Just tired from the overuse? Sometimes even when I'm sitting in my chair, I'll roll my shoulders just to kind of loosen up my muscles, and I'll lift my hands straight up above my head as far as I can and kind of hold them, stretch them out, and I'll stretch my feet out. And they say I've got a little bit of neuropathy in my toes, and the best thing you can do for that is exercise. And one of the exercises they recommend is to bring your feet up as high as you can. Just say, these are my feet and these are my toes. You bring them up as high as you can and you put them down as high as you can. And then you do the window wiper thing. But I'm sitting there with my feet. Probably drive my brother crazy, but I do it as often as I can think about it, and it really does help. And then when I'm out in the kitchen, and maybe if I'm waiting for my coffee to cook or something, I'll do my feet exercises. I guess it's real important to get your calves, like if this was my foot, the back of your foot, to stretch that as much as you can, and stretch your feet. I will go in the back room, the back porch where it has steps going upstairs, and I'll sit on that step, and I'll, like, if this is a step, with both feet, I'll go like that, and that exercises not only your ankles, but your toes and your calves. If you're dealing with any neuropathy. Let's see, Angie, Sherry, Angie, I think I've said hello to everybody. Brenda, hi Brenda. She says, I feel like a black cloud is hanging over me. I'm in my husband's truck. It made a bad noise and started smoking. I'm sitting on the side of the road and waiting for the tow truck. Oh, Brenda. Well, I'm glad you called a tow truck and didn't try to make it home. Well, Brenda, we're sending out good thoughts to you that gets taken care of and that it's not serious and that tow truck gets there soon. Brenda says, good news. My daughter found her wedding dress. Oh, yeah, I saw where you were going to go shopping for a wedding dress with your mother. Oh, that's cool, Brenda. Congratulations to the couple. What did Cindy say? Cindy said, hi, Aunt Beck. She said something to Brenda. I missed it. Hello. Oh, Auntie Mamie. Hi, Auntie Mamie. Welcome in. It's good to see you. Thank you guys for joining me on a Sunday night. I appreciate it. Even if you pop in and say hello, if you can't stay for a long time, you know, I understand it's Sunday night and we all have our lives to take care of. Like Brenda is sitting waiting for a tow truck, and let's just pray that those black clouds leave Brenda alone. We don't need any black clouds above us. Angie says, Brenda, talk to us and we'll keep you company till they get there. Hi, Riri. Welcome in, Riri. It's good to see you. It's good to see you all. Well, let me go ahead and put the tape. I put all my pins back in the, but I better take care of this before it gets too bad. I'm going to put tape across here, and I don't think I'll need it here for now, because what's really holding this in is it's on the inside. So I think once I get to this, it'll take care of that, and it would probably take care of this, but you can't be too safe. And I'm saving my vinyl for a while anyway, but we're going to take and put tape across here. And let's go ahead and maybe measure it out here. I saved off some of that. See, I put paper on the underneath of this so that when I cut it, I'm cutting paper on both sides, and that stickiness does not clog up my scissors as bad. Because this is carpet tape, duck brand carpet tape, and it is sticky stuff, let me tell you. So let's just cut it right here. Oops, got to get a hold of it there. I didn't get under the paper. And then I have a starter paper on this side. And then when I put this down, I can just simply pull this off. Now I've learned to pull the release paper off before and I've got starter tape over here. Pull that release paper tape off before I fold it under. It pulls off much better. So let's just get a tab here if I can. I might be going in too deep. I just need the paper. Come on. Let me turn it. Whew, I've got to turn that fan toward me. I'm sitting right over the furnace and the vent, and it really gets warm in here. It's okay if you're just here for a minute, but if you sit here for a couple hours, you start to feel the heat. Okay. And I just want the release paper. Yeah. Probably should have cut that off, but... And then let's take that release paper and move it over to the side here, because I want to fold it under. Now let me move this around. Yeah, you'll have some wrinkles. It just happens. And of course, I'm going to stick my notebook down to my table here. Oops. And let's pull this up. Well, let's leave this for a minute, because we're going to put another sheet of paper. We're going to put a sheet of paper across here. I might have to reach up and get another. You guys, I got my printer fixed. And let me tell you, that printer really gave me it was fighting me yesterday. I ended up calling Epson and saying, because I called two places local places, and neither one of them worked on printers. And yeah, this is not going to be long enough, so I'm going to fold it clear over. Neither one of them wanted to fool with it, so I ended up calling Epson, and my thought was that they could tell me someplace where I could take it. Well, when I called the lady, she said, "Oh, your closest place is an airplane right away." I said, "I don't want to do that." I said, "Thank you anyway." And she said, "Well, wait, maybe we can fix it." And I really appreciated her saying that, because she had me do, I got the paper jam off by myself. That wasn't the problem. After I got the paper jam off, I was so proud of myself, I said, I think I'll refill it with ink. And I did, and I was really proud of myself, and then I said, I think I'll print something off now. And I printed it off, and all my yellow was green. All my yellow, I'm going to have to cut that probably. All my yellow was green. I said, uh-oh, did I put the wrong ink in the wrong tank? And I did. And I went online to see what happens. How do you fix that? By that time, I was getting pretty frustrated because I couldn't see any way to get those tanks off and remove them to, and of course there wasn't. They said, start taking the printer apart. And I'm saying, no way. So that's when I called the tech and said, I need help. How far down does this go? About to there. And she said, your closest help is 300 miles away, an airplane ride away, is what she said. I said, I'm not doing it. I was ready to hang up. And she said, well, she said, maybe we can fix it. And she took me through several power cleanings, and we talked about the ink. Did you buy Epson ink? And I said, well, I thought I did, but it turns out that it was a fake ink. It looks like Epson ink, and it was the right number, but I bought it off of Amazon, and it wasn't from Amazon. I mean, it wasn't from Epson. It was some, and the ink itself was okay. It was just green. And I wasn't having a problem with the ink before. I was having a problem with the paper jam. But then I messed it all up. And we worked with it enough, and it finally said your only real solution is just printing off paper until that ink runs out, and you can refill the tank with the right. And I go, do you know how many pieces of paper an Epson printer uses? 4,500. I said, do you mean I'm going to have to print 4,500 pages before that tank gets empty? This isn't going to matter because I'll be putting stuff. This is kind of crooked in here, but at least that tape is covered. And she said, well, she says, I don't see any other way other than taking the whole computer, whole printer apart. And I wasn't willing to do that. I said, I'm not that mechanical of a person. I think I put my knife away. I can't even draw a straight line. Oh, let's push this up a little more. And, but, so I decided to do some printing after I hung up with her. By the way, she was from California, about 15 minutes away from that fire. And I said, aren't you going to evacuate? And she didn't think it was necessary. But after that, I saw some mandated evacuations coming across, and I'm going, I'll bet she has to evacuate. She was a real nice lady. And it's so sad. She was telling me how that Palisades area is just ruined. Just ruined. I feel so sorry for those people. I think I'm pulling tape up here. And, anyway, so I got that all resolved. And after the cleanings, I decided to do some more printing just to see what would happen. And it started printing nice again. Well, as nice as this printer will print. This is not a high-powered printer. In fact, it's not the top, even the top of the line of this line. Now I'm going to have to put some paper here. Let me get this out. So, I was fighting my printer all week, or all weekend, and it kind of just wore me out. I think that was on Friday too, and I just, by the time Friday's stream came along, I was not worth it. I was not up to doing a Friday stream. I'll probably have to tear these things better. Get my scissors again here. I just want to get it so that sticky tape is covered as much as possible. I think that's vinyl there. That'll be okay. Come on, scissors, get in there. I could really use like gaffer tape on here, but I'd have to go hunting for it, and I don't feel like doing that. So this is all going to get covered anyway. In fact, I don't think I'll have to do that. I'll only have to do one side or the other, and it will hold it on. Let's go ahead and do this side. And let's turn it around so that I'm working flat here. Oops. What's on the underneath? My scissors. You guys are going to have me leaning on you there. And I don't even need to go all the way in here. And let's put a piece of paper on this. Oh, I probably caught my pencil or whatever there. What that is. Let's go ahead and cut this. Let's see. It goes down to there. I'm dropping something on the floor, but I got my hands full, so. Now, see, if you don't get that paper on there, how it grabs onto your scissors. All right. And I think I can take this off, if I can get at it. Well, that goes down there pretty far. Now I'm reaching, hold on. I stuck it down. It's sticky stuff. Cut it here. I can't get in there very easy, but I'll cut enough of it to make it work. And it'll probably stick down again. Nope. Now let's turn it like this. Yeah. Oh, my glasses are riding down my nose. And this looks kind of haphazard, and it is. But like I said, this is all going to get covered up, so I'm not worried that it's not perfect. I just don't want it to fall off of my... I don't want it to fall off. And then I have this release paper over here that needs to come off. And I can see I need to trim it a bit. I don't know if I can that. My stuff stuck to my scissors. Let's see if I can't just do it like this. It's gonna stick. Don't let it stick. That's why I like to put paper on the underneath of it, because it just clogs up my scissors. Something went over the cliff. Let's get some of this crap off my desk. Onto my fingers. And why am I doing this? To strengthen the ends here, because this cardboard is not bound in. I had to tape up the sides here. I found that very interesting. Let's start folding. It's crooked. It's crooked, but let it be crooked. Let's fold it in. I'm knocking all sorts of stuff off on my... It just needs to have a bind in here. Right in there. I might put a little more tape on this to help hold it down. And yeah. And if it's crooked like this, like I said, it's all going to get covered up. That crookedness in there will not matter. Yeah, I should have taken it off before I tore it off. Penelope, did I steal your pen again? I'm not to the fun part yet. Get off of there. And we're going to leave that for a minute until I put another piece on here. Because I don't have much tape on down there. I'll put another piece there. And I can take all of this off, if I can get it off. Yeah, come on. Come on. This release paper is good to keep around, but it can be messy at times. Now I'm going to take another sheet of paper and put right here. Paper will get all covered up. I'm not worried about it. And then we're going to go over on this side and take this off here. and fold that paper up, around, and over. And I'm not worried if it's wrinkly. If it doesn't fit, it's okay. It doesn't matter. I will try to get my bone folder out. Sometimes if you use the bone folder, that it will smooth that tape out. See how that kind of smoothed that out on the bottom? And I still have some over here on the corner to take care of. I don't worry about this being straight, even, or pretty. Because like I said, it'll all get covered up. Let's just cover. Did that go around? I don't know. Might have went around a little. Yeah, it's got some in there. I don't know if I can get that off. Yeah. It's just kind of patching it up there where it's, so it doesn't stick to my desk. All right, I think I'm happy with that. Now we're going to have fun with it. So I'm going to take this completely off my desk. Now, I got a piece here that needs to be torn off. And just the little end piece there. Okay, I'm going to take this all off, kind of straighten up my desk again. See, I put all my pens in here. Scissors. I'll throw all these away. They're too little to save. I'll save the larger ones. But I put all of this over here. Kind of a makeshift pencil holder until I need the tape. Put my knife away. My water spritzer away. We'll save the larger piece here. Put it up there. These little pieces will go in the trash. Something went over the cliff too. Every now and then I gotta get, boy, I'll tell you, Becky, if you're listening, that grabber you gifted me, man, does that come in handy. All right, let's put my bone folder away before I lose that. Now what I'm going to do here, I have some tea bags in here. I'm not going to use them. I just need to take them out of this Cool Whip container. Dried tea bags. Ew. I might need to clean that out. We don't want that in there, although it probably wouldn't hurt it. I'll wipe it out with a towel. Here, let me pick up some stuff on my floor. Falling all over the place. My ruler down here. And let's grab a bag and put those tea bags in the bag for another day. We're not going to fool with those. Oops, that one was open. We'll clean that off. Now, that got a lot of air in that bag. Am I opening or closing it? There we go. Okay. Let me get a towel. I'll need the towels anyway. Oops. And of course, when I do that, everything else that has to come with them. Let's get the tea off of the... And we can throw this away. That was in the trash. And I'm going to clean this out a little with my... I filled my... Refill Friday, I filled my hand sanitizer. I'm just going to squirt some hand sanitizer in there. Ew! Well, that's just tea stain, but still, ew. Have it nice and clean. Now, let me get my phone. I did a search here. I think it's still there. For recipes for no-cook paper mache paper. Are you guys knowing what I'm after? Of course, there's a lot of videos. I don't want the videos. Not me. I've already responded to something. So I'm just going to put paper mache recipe in here. M-A-C-H-E recipe. So recipe for no-cook paper mache. People ask, what is the best formula for paper mache? A half cup of soaked newspaper. I'm not going to use newspaper. I'm going to use tissue because the newspaper is inky. A half cup of PVA glue. Oh, I didn't bring in the flour. I might have to run out in the kitchen and get a half cup of flour. A tablespoon of linseed oil is optional. I'm not going to use linseed oil. And 1 to 3 tablespoons of thick bleach. That's optional. I'm not going to use bleach because I'm using white paper towels. So I'm going to let you sit here with Penelope for a minute, and I'm going to run out in the kitchen and get some flour. It'll just take me a minute or two because I do want to use that. And let me just run out in the kitchen. Oh, it's dark out here. Everybody went to bed. Okay, I'm coming back. Coming back. Coming back. Thank you for your patience. Thank you, Penelope, for keeping them company for me. I do have the glue all here. And some of the recipes, this one didn't mention it, but this one mentioned using some salt. So in this container, I have a little salt. And that's supposed to, I think, the question was, why do you use salt in here? One of the recipes, one of the questions are, why do you use salt? What is the best ratio? What's the best base? Can I use pancake mix? What's the most important material? The strongest, how to make paper mache with glue and newspaper. Let's put why salt? Because I saw that in here and I want to make sure I'm telling you what I think it is. Why add salt to paper mache? Salt is always a good idea to add some salt because 1 to 2 teaspoons per cup of flour to your paper. It helps your finished project resist mold and mildew. And probably the bleach would too. Okay, now I'm going to come out and look at chat. Thank you guys for being patient with me. I had to thank Debbie Epps for being patient with me in the sale today. She goes too fast for me because I have to fight my phone a lot when I'm in sales. My phone just, every other word is wrong. All right. So what you want to do is tear up a bunch of strips, but I think you want to make your base first and then just add your strips in. And I want enough for my book, so I may have to do this more than once. Let's go back to my original recipe if I can. What is the best formula? 1/2 cup of soaked newspaper. I didn't soak it. I'll soak it. Well, I guess I could soak it in here. 1/2 cup. I was going to mix it in here. I could mix some of my salt. I can mix my salt in. I don't know how much salt you're supposed to use, but I don't think it'll matter much. If it matters, well, it matters. I have maybe a couple tablespoons, at least maybe 1.5 tablespoons. No, probably about 2. And I want to mix it in there. 1/2 cup of newspaper isn't much, is it? It isn't much. I'm going to put some water in here. Maybe I'll put we'll do the tissue paper first. And I'm going to tear it. I'm going to tear it into pieces here. Now they say 1/2 cup. Well, I guess that's quite a few. Have you guys made paper mache? I was going to look at chat. I get so distracted when I'm doing this stuff. I'll discard the clip and go into chat here. I keep getting that stupid clip. Discard it. Chat filter. Top messages. Chat filter. All messages. Brenda says, I'm worried now. The worst thing right now is that I'm across the highway from a convenience center. Fancy name for trash dumpster centers that are scattered, mini dumps. I guess I should be glad it isn't hot. It would really stink. Angie says, Brenda, I'm worried now. Ruby says it would be very stinky in the heat. Oh, Brenda. Brenda, Sherry says, I'm praying for you, for your safety. And Angie says, me too. Well, can they find you? Do you have communication with the people, the tow truck, Brenda? Are you communicating with them? Let's see, what did she say? They're locked. I can't turn on the heat without starting the truck. I'm warm enough. Auntie Mamie says, I hope they get there soon. Yeah, you stick with us, Brenda, until they get there. It's been 39 minutes since I called that tow truck. Oh my goodness. We're worried for you, Brenda. That piece wasn't so, I guess it doesn't matter too much, but I'm trying to tear these into little pieces. And I'm going to want a lot more than a bit. So I might be doing this. Well, I'm going to use what I have, and we'll use what I have, but I'm not going to go get more supplies, because I'll probably need more flour and more of everything. Although I did bring in about a cup, maybe a cup and a half of flour. I was supposed to be soaking this. Maybe I'll get my, do I have a, where's my palette knife? I think my palette knives are in the water. Wait, what's this? No, I think I put them in the, let me grab a palette knife. It doesn't matter. Let me grab some water. I did remember to bring in water. Now I think it's supposed to drain this out after you soak this. So I don't want to put too much water in it. We'll just, I mean, I'll put enough in there to make it nice and pasty. But I think you're supposed to squeeze the water out of your tissue when you put it into your flour, your mixture over here. Well, that came down quite a bit, didn't it? But I only had a few towels here. They're headed that way. Well, that's good. The chat is here to keep you company, Karen K says. Yes. I'm just glad you can communicate with us. If something creepy happens, you let us know. It wouldn't hurt to call somebody and give them your number. Let them know, did you call your husband? And say, I'm calling a tow truck. I'm out here by that mini, whatever it is, dump. Brenda, I would ride my broom there, Angie says. But it's too cold. And the only thing I could do is keep you company. Auntie, you're just too sweet. Brenda, there's no way I can go to sleep, Auntie Mamie says. I can't go to sleep until I know you're safe and sound. So I'm hoping the tow truck people get their butts there soon. We all do. I know how creepy that can be. Now, this was several years ago. I was coming back to Nebraska from Wisconsin. It was not, it was just a leisure trip. But I got to almost to Des Moines, between Des Moines and whatever is east of Des Moines. And, or maybe it was between Council Bluffs and Des Moines. And I stopped at a rest stop because it was late. It was late at night and I was tired. But I couldn't get my car. And I don't think I ran my lights down or anything, but I had been traveling. And of course my battery ran down. But lucky for me, I was at a rest stop, but still it was kind of creepy. I had to call a tow truck. And it was between Council Bluffs and Des Moines, and they had quite a trip to get there. And so, yeah, it doesn't seem like it's going to make much. I'm going to have more than that for my journal. How much there is water? Not a whole lot, but I think you're supposed to squeeze the water out before you put it in the paste. Right now, this is just wet paper. Wet paper towels that have been torn up. And I think I had three towels here that kind of half towels. And I am tearing them in bits. I don't want long strips for this. Because I'm making a kind of like a clay. Brenda, did you drop a pin on Google Maps and send it to a couple of people? Auntie Mamie says. And turn off Bluetooth and turn it down the brightness on your phone to preserve the battery. Riri says, great ideas, Brenda. You go, girl. What did Brenda say? Brenda says, yes, they're headed this way. It's good the chat is here to keep you company. Brenda, I would ride my broom, but I can't do much. There's no way I can go to sleep, Aunt Mamie says. Great ideas. Let's see what else is going on. I guess I should be glad it isn't hot. Well, we're glad for you. We don't want you, we want you to be safe above everything else. I probably should be putting more water in this, but it is getting pretty soaked. I suppose that's about a half cup, but I want more than that. I know I'm going to want more than that. So if you guys can bear with me, I'm going to keep up the work here. I'm doing 3 tears of the towel this size. And this time, instead of tearing at it, I'm going to grab my little scissors and maybe cut at it here. Maybe it'll go a little faster. Whoops, flew all over the place. Let's see, do I have my Tim Holtz bigger scissors here? My black handled? Yes, I do. These are a little longer blade. You're across from a convenience center, a fancy name for a trash dumpster. Centers that are scattered, mini dumps. That's what worries me. Oh, are they there? Did they get there? Did she say they were there? Somebody said, thank God. Ooh, thank God, Brenda. Auntie Mamie, I don't see where Brenda... Oh, just called. They're about 10 minutes away. Well, we'll keep you busy for 10 minutes. You just stick with us till they get there. You can watch me make paper mache. I don't know what I'm doing. I used to make paper mache, but, you know, that was more or less just tearing newspaper and into strips and dipping it in wallpaper paste. This is more of a clay. And I'll tell you what I'm thinking that I want to do on the cover of this journal, at least on the outside. I want to put a layer of paper mache down. Then I want to do the tree of life. I want to do little, I don't want it really thick. I want it more like a relief, but I want to do the goat and the peacock but I want to make them kind of, have you guys heard of bas-relief? B-A-S-R-E-L-I-E-F. It's an art term for a really thin dimensional layer that's not thick. Let's put some water in there. Let it soak. And I might just do the animals first, because I can move them around. I can glue them on if I want. That would be fun to do these animals. Or do a couple animals. Do the peacock and the... whatever. I think there's an elephant and a cougar and a swan and a fish, and then there's the tree of life. But I want the whole 2 covers to be paper mache. So I'm going to have to make a bunch of this off, whoops, make a bunch of it offline. Maybe in bigger containers. It's just flour, glue, salt, water, paper towels. What does I do with my bigger scissors? And when I roll this up, I'm trying to cut this, rather than cut it here, I'm trying to cut it down toward the end so it just makes a little strip. And then I'm trying to cut it down inside of the container so it doesn't fly all over the place. Yep, I want to try to do the tree of life. There's a lot of animals on there. There's birds and turtles. And Riri says, I'm going to have to Google this pinning thing. Yeah, I've never heard of that either, the pinning thing. I don't turn Bluetooth on much. I had to the other day, though. I misplaced my phone. I knew it was in the house, somewhere in the house, but I didn't know where. And I think you have to have even if you go to their website, Samsung's website, you can, if you have the setting on, and I put the settings on my phone because I tend to set them down and not know where I put them. And they're mostly in the house. But, yep, it was under some books. And my brother, every time that thing rings, every time it rings, he doesn't know what it is. I'm going, I lost my phone. I'm calling myself. And, of course, I put the do not call so I don't get spam calls. I leave that on. But even if you have the do not call on, if you use the locate your phone feature, it will give a special ring to let you know where your phone is. At least it's not in a haystack someplace like the farmer on those old commercials. I think that was an iPhone commercial. Brenda, is Bo going to find you? Brenda says, I have the phone plugged into the charger. It's 99% now. Well, that's good. They're on their way, though, Brenda. They'll be there in a few minutes. Well, you're probably smart in calling them because if it was, did she say it was smoking? You know, you never know. You don't want to risk a tragedy. She said it was making a funny noise. I remember that. You have to use Bluetooth for your Cricket Joy. I don't really care for Bluetooth. I keep it off as much as possible, but there are some things you have to use it for. Your wireless earbuds, I think, use Bluetooth. And I don't use them here at home. Earbuds, I don't even, and if I go out, I don't listen to, I listen in my car and leave the sound on. I don't care for Bluetooth at all. I liked my good old plug-in earbuds with the wire. That's what I liked. But progress got me. Okay, I'm going to see if I can't wet this down and mix up some paste for it now because I don't think I'll get the whole sides of two sides of my book done, but I'll be able to make some animals probably. Let's pour some more water in there and see what I have. Well, that's quite a bit of water. Maybe I will put another 3 towels in it because that's quite a bit of water. I think you're supposed to squeeze the water out, but I'd rather put more tissue in. It's probably about a cup, maybe not quite a cup, maybe 3/4 of a cup. And I suppose I could have cut these tissues thinner. I'm going to put another 3 towels in and then I'm going to quit. Because we got all night. It's only 7:45 here. Let me put the towels aside. And yeah, I'm going to do another strip of them. Get that out of the way. Bo may be riding to the rescue. Bo just pulled up. He must have been speeding. Well, at least Bo is there. I can hear the hero music. Angie says, playing in the background as he pulls up and does a side sweep. Rolls down the window and says, "The cavalry is here, ma'am." I don't know what hero music would sound like, but I'll say, "Ta-da! We're here to save the day. Da-da-da-da-da-da." He probably is going, "What did you do? What's going on here? Did you break my pickup?" Yes, we're glad you're safe. Legia has those cute little heart icons. Brenda, I'm so relieved. I was getting stressed out with you. Oh, I thought she'd be okay, but especially now that Bo is there, he can deal with the tow truck people. Yeah, I know how that feels to be for it to be dark. Of course, I was at a truck stop, so I felt pretty safe if I stayed in my car. But it was late at night. It was like 11 going on 12 at night. I stopped to rest because I was driving from Madison to Nebraska, and I was between Des Moines and Council Bluffs, and I was getting tired, so I stopped to rest. But when I tried to start my car again, my battery had died. But I didn't have anything on. It must have just been weak anyway, but they jumped my battery and cost me a tow truck toll, but the insurance paid for it for the most part. And he says, I have 100% gray hair now. Auntie Mamie says, right, Riri, if one of us is stuck on the highway in a smoking car, we're all stuck in that car. That's true. A smoking hot car. Yeah, I'm just going to do the rest of this one and then we'll make the paste and see what I have here. I've never made this stuff before. So I think you can make this by putting in a blender, but I don't have an old blender. That's one of the things I need to maybe look at Goodwill for. An old blender. I don't have a measuring cup here. I think I have to go shopping sometime this week. We haven't been out for a while. I'm running out of food. We had pizza tonight, though. That helped. But I need cheese. I need coffee. I need food. I need veggies. I need lettuce and red peppers and I need food. But I think I'll buy a, I don't know about the blender. I'll keep my eyes open at the Goodwill or the thrift stores for a blender. But I'll get a set of measuring cups that I can keep in here. We got plenty out in the kitchen. In fact, when I went out to get that flour, I broke the handle off of the plastic measuring cup. It just snapped right in half. I wonder if I can just work off of this now without cutting it into strips. Let's just work off of the bottom of it. Maybe cut vertically. And then cut horizontally. And do that again. Fringe it. Fringe it and then cut the fringe into little pieces here. And then go like this. Of course, I'm missing half of it. You don't want me to cut your hair. I do sometimes trim my own hair, though, and do the unicorn cut, which does make it kind of uneven, but I pull it all back anyway. One of these days, I'm going to go get a professional haircut. I was threatening to do it around Christmas, and then I chickened out. Because I can pull it back here at home. And, you know, before, I've been at home quite a bit here during the winter. And before I went out to any place that mattered, it had all grown back. So I just kept it. If you pull your hair back, an older lady can have long hair. You just need to pull it back. And I've been figuring out a way to pull it back so it's not sitting right on the top of my head. You have to have kind of long hair to do that. Of course, my hair is kind of long, but I'm just about done here. Well, that's, of course, the water will wash it all down, but smash it all down, but it's getting pretty full. I don't know if this is the first time like this, you guys, so hopefully this works. You know who works with paper mache is that, I think his name is Adrian. Can't remember his last name, but he buys his, I think, and it's, ouch, it's a paper clay. I snipped my finger. I think I'm okay. It's a paper clay that he uses, but it's still paper mache. I don't think he makes his own like this. All right, let's put some water in here. Oh, I snipped my finger a little. That hurt. I didn't break the skin, but boy, I felt it. And if I smash it down, it's probably about a cup. And there is water in there. I can see water when I smash at it. And I think you're supposed to squeeze the water out. But I think I'll just mix it with my, let's see what the instructions say again. A half a cup of flour, of soaked newspaper, and PVA glue. Well, I'm going to leave my water in there. And then if I need any more, I'll put more flour or something in there, or more paper towels if it's too wet. All right, let's dump my, this is salt. Now this is a little bit more than a half a cup. I would say this is probably a good cup. So I'm only going to put about half of this in. Maybe a little bit more. There we go. And I'm going to put the lid on this so I don't spill it. One lid is fine, Mary. And then a half a cup of PVA glue. Let me get a towel. At least I didn't turn the mixer in it. All right, very gently stir this. Now I think I'll put the glue in, and I'm just going to estimate because I think you're supposed to just kind of go at it here on your own. Let me get the glue out. The glue I have in a big gallon jug, but I think I'll use what I have because I'm trying to use up, this is school glue, and they just say PVA. And I'm just going to use what I have in here because I'm trying to use this up so that I can put school glue in this glue pot. And this does have some water already in it. And of course the wax paper's blowing. I think that's about a half cup. Let's mix this. I might need some more, but this has water in it. So I'm going to mix some of, I'm just going to mix all of this in there. And if I need more glue or something, I will put it in there. I might need more glue. And I can always add a little bit more water. I should have my gloves on. I'm wanting to touch it with my hands. Now, I don't know how wet or dry this stuff is supposed to be. But that ended up making quite a bit, though, didn't it? It's pretty wet. I might put a few more paper towels in there because once I get it mixed up, see how it's pretty juicy in there. Did Allie Kay come in? Good night, Auntie Mamie. Have a good sleep. There's Debbie. Debbie, I sure did give you a headache in the chat tonight, didn't I, in your sale? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to be such a pest. I was wrestling with that phone and I was getting so irritated. Debbie, you had a really good sale. I really enjoyed the sale. And Debbie, if you want to pin your shop, you can, or drop a link to your shop. I'm sure you have stuff left over that you're putting up in your shop. If you want to put that in the chat, I will pin it. Thank you. You were very patient with me. I was fighting my phone. I'll tell you, the space bar must not work on that keyboard because it always fills in my spaces and it makes big long words out of my little short words. Yeah, I think I'm going to need some more paper towels in here because this is it's pretty wet. So let me wipe my hands off. I don't know. I'm thinking the consistency of clay, but I think by putting that wet, I might even put just a little bit more glue in there just to, and I'm kind of playing it by ear now, just to give it some more stickum in here. And I want to use up this glue as much as possible. Debbie, I tore the cover off of the vinyl cover off of a 3-ring binder. And what I'm doing is I'm making paper mache. And what I want to do, now I don't know if you've seen that Tree of Life tapestry. It's on my phone here. I don't know. Yeah, see, there's the Tree of Life. It's a tapestry, and of course I got it as a picture on my phone. It's fairly wide. It's on the Metropolitan Museum of Art. I downloaded it, but it's got like different animals in here. You can't see them all in here. There's a peacock and a bird and a goat and a camel. Well, I'm going to, on my binder, I'm going to make these animals in the Tree of Life out of paper mache. I'm going to have a paper mache background. And I'm hoping that this stuff will stay good while I'm working on it across a couple days. And now I know I'm going to have to put more towels in here because this is real wet. So let's get to it. This paper towel is for my fingers. And I'm going to put this. We did use salt and flour as it directed. I don't think I'll need any more water, but I'm going to keep it handy. But I'm going to put the lid on it so I don't spill it, because I'm good at spilling stuff. And this looks like it fell out. And I'm using paper towels. And I could put a little bit more flour in there, maybe. Let's sprinkle a little flour in there. This is flour and salt. They said the salt helps it not get so moldy. Maybe that's all I need. Is a little more flour, because I've got flour. Thank you, Allie K, for the Tree of Life. Let's see. Let me pin Debbie's shop. If you guys are interested, go look at her sale on her website. Debbie Epps' channel is the same as her name. And she probably has things left over. And go check it out and see if because I thought she was selling things. I have been looking for the longest time, and they're so expensive. Those waxes that you sold, those Finnabar waxes. I was happy to pay $7 for those, because I've been looking at them, and I've got them in my cart at Amazon. I was going to buy some, but I'd rather buy them from you if you want to get rid of them. Let's see. I think it's still a little wet. I'm going to put some more flour in there, because if you could feel it, it's wet. You can probably see it on my finger. And I kind of want it the consistency of clay. I want it damp, but I don't want it sopping wet. And I've got more flour here. And this is paper mache that I'm making, paper mache clay. I've done paper mache. In fact, one of my college classes, I don't think it was a sculpture class. I can't remember what class it was. It was an art class. But I did a paper mache, a full-sized man sitting in a chair. And he was kind of leaning in the chair and leaning back with his feet sticking out. He was real comfortable. And I painted him blue. And he sat there the whole semester. And finally our teacher said, you can take your projects home. And I'm going, where am I going to put this man? And I left him there. I imagine the custodians threw him away. They probably got tossed. I thought, I'll never do a piece like that big again. But he was fun to make, and I made him out of newspaper. Wallpaper paste. He was fun to do, and I don't even remember what kind of a grade I got out of that class. The grades didn't mean anything to me. This is still pretty goopy. I think I'm going to put some more flour in it because it's very wet. Like I can feel how wet it is. And they said I should have wrung out that. Maybe bag and store it in the fridge. That's a good idea. I do have bags here. That's a good idea. Or I could just spread it all on that notebook on one side, which is what I was kind of planning on doing anyway. I'm going to make a relief, Debbie, a relief tree of life out of kind of relief style, if I can. My two little containers here are empty. I'll use them again for flour and salt. I think that I think the wetness will soak up this flour real good. I don't think I'll have to worry about this too much. And I think the paper mache, once I get it spread on here, will glue itself down. In fact, well, I don't know if I want to put any more glue in here, though, because I'll just be adding wet to it. And I don't have any more flour. I could add more paper towels. But I think that this is probably a better consistency. It's wet, but it isn't. You got to have it wet to mold it. But let's make sure all that flour is mixed in. Get it stirred up from down in the bottom. Have you guys ever made paper clay like this? Now, I know you can use a blender. And I wish I could remember his name. I think I just started following him around Christmas. He does paper, he does paper mache, but he buys his and mixes it up in his blender. His paper mache, it's kind of a powdery form, I think, it's paper clay that he uses. It's not paper towels. Okay, so let me wipe off my hand and get Penelope out of the way because I don't want to get her all yucky. And kind of clean off the desk a little here. Did Brenda ever get taken care of? Do you guys hear what happened to Brenda? Did she post and I missed it? I'm going to take these off of my table now. And I'll just put them down here. And I'm only going to work right now on the front cover. But I think what I'll do is take this Play-Doh container and put under here, maybe two of them, to flatten it out a little. Can you guys see it pretty good? And let's put my scissors away. My phone is a minute behind me. Let me get on the red button. Okay, and let me get, what did I do with my other phone? I thought I put it over here, but I don't, yeah, I did. Did I cover it up? I covered it up. Let's go to that Tree of Life. Let's see if I don't think I have it in my, well, I have to have it in my library for it to be showing there, but excuse my hands here. I got glue on them. Let's see if I can find my, oh, where would it be? Pictures? Well, let's just go to it at the Metro. I've got to clean my hands. I can't do anything. And my hands are sticky. And my phone's not having it. Now, I think this paper mache is sticky enough that it will stick right on here. Because I'm not going to put in a real thick layer. Let me go to the Metropolitan Museum of Art. And of course let's see, let's go to my notepad. I think I've got the link to my Metropolitan Museum of Art. Notepad would be notes. And let's just look for Met, M-E-T, and Doodle 25, and turn on the links and go to that. And of course, then in here, I'm going to search for Tree of Life. T-R, and it's in the public domain. I got T. T of Life. See what this phone does. I don't know why. E space O of space. I think I hit the keys faster than it can. See, I'm sure I put L-I-F-E. I got the F-E. L-I-F-E. And it got the L and F. And that's what throws me off when I'm at a sale. Tree of Life. I'm fighting my phone. Did it find it? Search. Tree of Life. Come on, it's trying. How come it's not looking for it? Open access. Search for Tree of Life. It's not finding it. My fingers are... I'll get it. Hold on a minute. Just give me a minute here. I know I have it. Let me go out to my drive and see if I have it out on my drive. Is that it? Oh, that's from the goat. I'm not seeing it. Doggone it. Let me go to chat. I think, Dally K, did you put a link to it in there? Let me. I should have found it by searching, but my finger has. Let me go to my channel and get rid of the ad. I need chat. Come on, I need chat. And Allie did put in a link to it. Debbie says, I have to get down to my 4 carts and a tall shelf or 2 in a corner of a bedroom instead of a whole room. Oh my. Tree of Life tapestry. There it is. Thank you, Allie K. It's coming. Here it is. I'm going to save it so I know I have it. Save image. And I'm going to open it in my library. Whoops, I didn't open it in the library. It opened it in my notepad. There it is. All right, there it is. Right here. You can see the whole thing. Now I think I'll start putting in the tree trunk. And at the bottom of the tree trunk, I think it's a little squirrel there. Maybe we'll do some of this stuff around here, maybe the goat. And the peacock will be pretty easy. The peacock is here, right there. So let's put in the tree trunk. And I'm just going to take my paste and get it on here. I might have to use my fingers. And I'm thinking that this will be pasty enough when it dries that it will stick on here. What do you guys think? I don't know. I might need another. I've got another palette knife here somewhere. Is it in the water? It's all yucky too. So I kind of just want to, I'm going to build up first, I think. Just build up a layer. And I might have to let part of it dry. Because it's kind, I can see the water, the moisture in there. Let's grab a towel. And let's just press on this. See if I can't get it a little drier. Yeah. And of course, my towels, it's not clay that's been, it's still in little chunky forms. It's not a smooth, soft clay like you would think of your polymer clay, but I don't really want that either. Now, I am personally wondering if I need to put glue down on here. I'm wondering if when this dries, if it will chip off. What do you think? Of course, it has glue in it. But I think I'm going to get my glue out. I just don't trust it. Let me. I put it down here on the floor. I don't trust it not to. I'm going to put some glue down on the base of it. I'm just going to dip in there and grab some glue. And kind of smoosh it on there, and then I'm going to smoosh this up in here. And I don't care if it's, you know, I don't care if it's not perfect, but I don't want it real thick either. Let's bring some of that down and kind of make a tree is where I'm going with this. And I don't care if this is out to the air because it's really wet. I'm not sure about this, but I guess there's nothing like experimenting and trying. I'm just going to kind of form a tree here. See, it kind of branches out up here. And it might take it a while to dry. I don't mind that. I'm in no hurry. I'm gonna spread some more glue on the, I don't need a whole lot, but I don't trust it. Bring it up. Kind of smash it down. I want it way up. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm doing it. And of course I won't get the whole tree on there. I mean the whole thing on there. But I do plan on doing the front and the back, and maybe I'll put a peacock and a goat. And now for this part, for the background, maybe I will do the background first. A thin layer for the background, and then put motifs on the background. So let's just get some glue here, and all I want to do is spread it like this, all up in here, just like I was painting it. And then I'm going to take my, well, we'll come back to this part of it. Then I'm going to take my paste, and I just want a thin layer. And it doesn't have to be smooth like a clay. I don't mind that it's rough, and you know, that part isn't bothering me. And I suppose this would have worked better if the blender would have gotten to it and made it more of a clay, a paper clay, than a tissue paper thing. But it depends. It just depends. I don't mind it being rough. I think I need more. But I don't want it so thick that it'll chip off either. And let's just work with this until I get it to where I want it. Now see, some of this is the paper itself, and it's causing a build-up there. If I can get it torn. And then I might come in and put in more of a, we're going to let this dry. I'm just going to do a thin layer here on the cover, and I'm going to let it dry, and we'll check it Tuesday morning, or I'll probably get curious and check it way before Tuesday morning. Then I'll just leave it out and let it air dry. Yeah, I need more. You know, I could maybe mix some of that modeling paste with this. Let's get some of that out because I need to use it up. Ugh, can't reach it. Hold on. I'm going to try some of this. modeling paste with it. Homemade modeling paste. This is a recipe from our beloved Topaz Pearl Girl recipe. She passed away, what was it, before Christmas, I think. Oh, I miss her. You guys take care of yourself out there. I'm going to try a little modeling paste in here. Oh, that smooths it out good. Oh, I'm loving that. This is more of the consistency that I wanted. Yep, that helped, didn't it? Now this stayed pretty wet in here. I probably should put some of that modeling paste in this clay. I'm going to, and we'll stir it up. We'll just experiment. Modeling paste is baby powder, Mod Podge, and white paint. That's more the consistency that I want. I think I might need some more of it, because let's put a little bit more in there. Now I'll have to be sure that this stays like Debbie Epps, maybe put it in a plastic bag and put it in the freezer. Then you'll have to thaw it out. I'm liking this a lot better. Now the Tree of Life, the tree goes right in here, but I think I'll just spread this all out first and put my tree motif in I won't get all the animals on here. I might do the animals separately and glue them on there. And it's got a pretty rough texture. I'm hoping that this dries without chipping off. I'm just kind of trying to spread it out right now, and I'll have to fill in some of it. Oh, I'll have to fill in quite a bit of it. But let's just kind of... And I suppose there is a product for this that you can buy that I don't have to do this, but it's more fun to play and experiment. And even if it doesn't work, I got the book at the thrift store for $2, $1.99. The paper towels were just in a set of paper towels. The glue I wanted to use up anyway, a little flour and salt from the kitchen. Not all of this had that modeling paste in it. This down here, I think, was what I had on the base of the tree. That modeling paste, though, dries pretty fast. I'm just going to smooth a texture of it out here. You can see it's pretty thick. I don't want it quite that thick. Thin it out a little. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm doing it. This is where you get to play. When you work in your art journals, and this is for the Society of Idea Collectors, so this is a good place to experiment with stuff like this. Right? Now that's pretty thick in here. Let's thin it out. This is where you get to play. This is where it gets fun. The Society of Idea Collector. Yeah, I'm dripping some down here. My glasses keep falling down my nose. Well, I have a lot more here than what I thought I had. And I suppose if you would make your paper mache in a blender, you know, let those tissues soak for a long, long time and blend them. I don't have an old blender. In fact, I just bought a brand new one not about a couple months ago. I had in my head I was going to make veggie burgers. I don't like veggie burgers. I'd rather just steam my veggies. I'd rather just steam them. I didn't like my veggie burgers, but I do use that. I made some squash soup, some butternut squash soup. That was good. And I do use the blender, but I don't make any veggie burgers. Yeah, see, that's pretty goopy there. See if I can't put it down here. And I'm hoping that this is going to dry and stick right on my journal. And I don't mind that it's rough. I suppose if it dries enough that you could probably sand it. Do you think? And I could smooth it down here because I'm kind of smoothing it now. I'm getting there, you guys. It's getting there. I'm only going to do the front cover. We're not going to attempt the back one today. I'm going to try to put this in a baggie like what Debbie said and put it in the freezer. And if I use this on Tuesday, I don't know if I'll do this on Tuesday or not. But the next time I use it, I'll have to get it out ahead of time and let it thaw out. It'll be a good experiment to see if it has a successful thaw. But I think I've heard that before where people put this stuff in the freezer. Let me get this off of my desk. It's getting to where I want it. I want a little bit more up in there. A little bit more up in here. Can't see where I'm going. That's the problem. I'm kind of liking it for background. I need some more in there. Come on. Some more right in here. And some more over here. If you can't take the time and experiment with stuff and play, you'll never learn. Well, let's put it this way. You might learn, but if you always use stuff you buy, you'll never learn how to make your own stuff. Let's put it that way. Which is okay. You know, you may not want to mess with this mess. And it can get messy. That's all understandable. But I'm just saying, if you take the time to experiment, who knows what you'll learn. Trying to get some out here without getting a clump. It's all clumpy. Come on, Mary. Maybe if I stir it a little. Break it up a little. And down here at the bottom. I think what I'll do is put the lid on this container and leave it in the container. Maybe put some wax paper or cellophane over it. And then put the whole container in a cellophane bag. And put it in the freezer. My brother will probably say, is that ice cream or what? No, that's not ice cream. Is it cottage cheese? What did you make? Well, actually, it's tissue paper and glue. Now, I think I'm pretty happy. Maybe a little bit in there. A little bit up in here. But I think for the most part, it's got a good layer on it. Some up in here. Maybe if I turn it now. Because I'm only seeing a part. Oops. Yeah, I need to get this better. And after I get done with this, I'll come out and look at chat. I get myself into a mess here. That guy's pretty thin right here at the edge. I like to have it out to the edge as much as possible. There's some more up in here. Now I think that's pretty good. Not perfect. Give it just a little more. It's kind of hard just to get a little off on your palette knife. A little right in here. Now what I'm going to do is, my hand is dry, feels like clay on my hands. Let's put, for a minute, let's just put the container over that. And then what I'm going to do here, kind of wipe around the edge. And I imagine if this is too rough, I'm thinking I can sand it down, but what I want to try is taking some of this modeling paste and just smoothing it out over here. I think that'll help smooth it. And I'll make some more modeling paste. We might do that in one of my streams, one of my Refill Fridays. I might need it before Refill Friday. That I think this will help smooth the tissue down. And then, once I have this texture on here, I can build my little motifs. I can build the little motifs and glue them on. That's what I'm thinking. And we'll just see if it might chip off. We'll just see how stable this is after it all dries. I'm real curious to know how stable. I think I'm pretty happy with this. I don't know how much of it you guys can see. I got some on my phone. It's pretty thin here at the edges. Yeah. And it's pretty thin in there. Let's see if I can take some modeling paste and put in there. Just kind of build it up a little. Maybe all around the edges. I like this modeling paste because when it dries, it's very flexible. It bends. I like that modeling paste. I haven't. Now, hopefully, I don't know if I've used it this thick before, but I've never had trouble with it chipping. It bends. Oh, for my uses, and I've used it in stencils. I've never used it like this. I'm just going to put some of that modeling paste along the edges. Kind of smooth it out and add a little extra to where I missed. I'm going to have to clean my hands good. I think this is pretty good. Let me All right, I'm going to put those in the water. I'm going to take this wax paper, and I think I had this over the modeling paste. And was this the lid, or was that the lid? Which lid? I think that was the glue lid, and this was the modeling paste. And this, I've had it for a pretty long time, and it's kept it pretty good. I think I put some water in it once. That it's ready. I'm ready to maybe make some more of that. My fingers. Let's put the, where did I put my glue? I put my glue up here. Let's put the lid back on the glue. Now if you go by what's on my fingers, it dries pretty fast because I've got chippy on my finger here. Peel it off of my fingers. It's very uncomfortable. All right, now on this, what I'm going to do, I don't have any cellophane, but I do have some wax paper. And if you get to it. I'm getting down toward the end of it. And I'll put this on it, and then I'm going to put the lid on it, and then I'm going to put the whole container in a baggie. And we are going to put it in the freezer after chat, after my stream. And we will check, because this is just a Cool Whip container. We will check and see how it keeps. And I could take the lid off here. And let's get a baggie to put it in. Will it fit? I need one. Let's see, I think I'll take the tea bags out of that one and put them in this one. I don't know if I have another large one in here. I'm going to have to get me some. I reuse these bags. Is this a large one? This is a large one. We won't have to do that. Let's take these. Put it in there. I can see I have tea bags to play with too. All right, let me do that next. Put this back in the bag. I have a bag of bags, and they come in pretty handy. I reuse them. I very seldom cut bags when I get stuff in the sales. Let me put it in here, just like that, and squeeze as much air out. It's hard to work with the, oh, I've got the bag inside out. I've got to turn the bag right side out. Hold on, Mary's getting it. My sleeves are getting in the way and my glasses are rolling down my nose. Okay, I'm just going to set this here for a minute and I'm going to move this. I don't have anything on the floor to put this on. But let me tell you, this modeling paste is drying pretty fast. But I'll have to let all the pasty stuff under it dry. But the modeling paste dries real fast. I almost wanna press down on this. Because it's, maybe get a piece of wax paper. I almost want to smooth it out a little. I don't think I could have done that if the modeling paste wasn't on there. Oh, that was not a good idea. Well, it worked for a little bit, but it wasn't good to do the whole thing at once. See, that's what you learn by doing. Oh, Meri, 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 you do love to make messes, don't you? Yeah, and of course I did it across the whole book. Maybe not down in that corner. At least I used the wax paper. It seemed like it was drying real good though. And I think it is. I think I just putting that wax paper down there and doing that disturbed it. I think I'll be okay. Leave it alone, Meri. I'll throw this mess away. We'll throw it away. Lesson learned. That's the end of that wax paper. I'm going to throw that out too. Let's see if I can't smooth this down a little bit more now, though. I messed it all up. I don't mind it being rough. I don't mind it. I think it's got a nice texture to it. I don't know how it's going to live on there. I don't know if it's going to dry and be nice and stable or if it'll chip away. We're going to learn. And it chips away, I'll let it chip away. I'll do something else with it. All right, I think that's pretty good though. Let's put this back in the water. And let me get this off of my desk. I think I will take the... Brenda says she's about 10 minutes from home. Yay! I'll bet you'll be glad to get home, Brenda. All right. And you guys can probably see how rough this texture is. But that's the way it's going to be. And it's not going to drip. So if I just let it, you know, like a notebook slants down, I'll just let it slant down and dry. I am going to put it behind me though. And I'll pick it up when I get ready to clean. All right. Now all I have left to clean are my hands. Oh, we're going to take care of this. Let's put this container back up here. I like these little modeling paste containers. The modeling paste here dried out. I threw it away. But I like for mark making, and I use it for various things. Alright, so what I wanted to do here was get as much air out of here as I can. Now let's zip her up a little. and just push air out. I'm not going to get all the air out of it, but there we go. And I'll take this and put it in the freezer, and we will see the next time I take it out how it lives. Oh, my poor phone. Don't take that to the shop and ask them to clean it for you. I'll send you home with a do not use sign around it. Do not let Meri have this phone again. Getting the rough spots off of my desk here. So we'll put that in the freezer. I think I'm going to throw these towels away because they're pretty dirty. The cleanup sometimes is a mess, but that's how it goes if you want to do art. You're going to have a cleanup. That's just all there is to it. Let's do some cleaning here. Let's see if I can't get some of this off of my phone. Well, I might have to, I got alcohol pads out in the other room, but let's turn it off here. We'll give it a good cleaning after my hands are all clean and everything. That's pretty good. It's not perfect. I'll clean it up after chat. Get it out of the way. And let's clean my tabletop a little. I really do like this big old hand sanitizer bottle. I just spritz it on there. I've used that since 2020. I mean, I keep refilling it. But I like that bottle. I keep refilling the bottle. Take my metal ruler and scrape some of that off. Got most of it. Let's get my hands cleaner. My hands get so dry in the winter, I just have to continually put hand lotion on them. We've got dry air in this house, and my brother does not like a humidifier running. My skin gets so dry, and then I'm constantly washing my hands too. I don't like dirty hands. I don't like dirty fingernails either, but I'm constantly cleaning those. They just seem to live dirty. That's not coming off. Must be tissue paper. Well, if it sticks as good to the notebook as it does to my finger here, I'll be sitting pretty. That's tissue paper. All right. They're as clean as they're, well, no, they're not as clean as they're going to get. I'll have to go out in the kitchen and use some, we use lava soap out in the kitchen. out and give them a good cleaning with lava soap. What time is it? It's 8. It's 9 o'clock. I've got another hour. I want to give my hands another cleaning here. They're pretty good, but they feel a little grimy. Got it over in here. That's probably what I was feeling. My little finger, I've had this little crooked little finger ever since I was a baby. I don't remember it, but my mom said I was crawling in a window and the window fell down on it. She said I cried. She said she didn't realize I broke it. I didn't know what a broken finger was then. I don't remember crying either. One more swipe with the paper towel. All right, I think that's pretty good. It's probably not perfect, but, and we'll just see how that notebook does on there. I think it's a fun thing to try, and what better place to try it than on the Society of Idea Collector. And I lost my black. I probably knocked it over the cliff, and the eraser probably went with it. The black pad that I use over here. Keep the light off. Alrighty. So, what I wanted to do yet tonight was, I have here my, I'm going to come out and look at chat, but let me reach over and get this pile of things. My slow stitch journal for 2025. And I cut a bunch of fabric. I'm using this pretty pastel purple color. And I have these 2 cross stitch pieces in here that I'm going to use. I found them someplace. Where's the other one? Here. I'm going to use those. But I also have, let me reach for it. It's here somewhere. Ow. Of course, everything else falls. And put it over here. Here's the cover, and this is what I'm going to use for the cover. Let me reach. Come on, I know I put it over here. I have, let me do a little sorting here, because I have these papers and things I use for the notebook. And the pieces that I cut here. Let's put those. I'm going to save that vinyl, I think. And we might use it. I don't know. Probably not use that, but I'll throw these. Did I put it here? I know I had my hands on it. Paper flying around. And fabric. Grr, why is it whenever I want something, did it fall? Ow. Hold it, I'm looking. Shoot. This is not what I'm looking for, but I'll show you. These are the first 2 pieces that I've done with my slow stitch. Let's move this stuff. It's in my way. If I move it, maybe I'll find what I'm looking for. I don't see it. Nothing irritates me as much as knowing I have something close by and not being able to put my hands on it. I had it before the stream tonight. And I can't put my hands on it. Is that it? This is what I'm looking for. This is some parchment paper that I got at Hobby Lobby, and it's kind of a light lavender, a light blue, a light pinkish color. Hold on. I gotta get the cord out from under my chair and knock the pen off on the floor. You guys ever get irritated like that? My chair sunk down. I had to pop it back up. Ah, that's better. So what I want to do is I'm going to take out, I cut a whole bunch of these lavender sheets, but I don't think I want as many as I cut because I want to work some of these parchment papers in. And I'm going to go with kind of a, now this isn't pastel, but I've got a few pastel goes like this, and I'm going to have to put another strip up there. She's doing, on her slow stitch, she's doing what she calls a comfort cloth. And she's kind of doing it in a quilt style. Well, I don't want to do a quilt. I'm not into doing that. I'm going to work on my mother's quilt. In fact, Pearl messaged me and said I asked her if she had any flannel sheets, and she didn't, but she messaged me. She said, Mary, I was at the thrift store and I saw this flannel sheet. Do you want it? And I said, is it plain? She said, yes. It's an off-white. And I said, that's perfect. And it's queen-sized, and that's what I need. And I'm going to, my mother has a quilt. I showed it in one of my smaller videos, my little quilt show videos. I showed it. And I said, yes, I want it. So she's going to send that to me. And for the most part, I'm going to leave my mother's side of the quilt alone. I might do some running stitches around the border on my mother's side, because it's just a quilt top. She did not quilt it. But on the back side, what I'm going to do, it's a project that I'm working on this year. And what I'm going to do on the back side is I'm going to do what I'm calling a collaboration with my mother. My mother passed away in 2001. She's long gone. But I know that she wouldn't mind now if I stitch on that quilt. I never liked the quilt top myself. It was not my thing. It's just like a 9-patch. And I never really cared for the quilt then. But now, since I've been slow stitching with K3N, I'm fixing my tabletop here. Since I've been slow stitching with K3N, I'm kind of liking it. And I knocked a wooden piece down here. I put these little wooden pieces underneath my tabletop because my desk slants, and this builds up my desk. But they get pushed around here. I got rulers under here. Hold on. So I'm waiting for that flannel piece to come. And the reason I'm using flannel on the back is my mother, bless her heart, used knit. Some of her squares are knit. What else do I have under here? Put it under like that. And I researched and I said, what is best to use on a backing of a quilt that has some knit squares in it? And they said flannel, or something called minky or winky or something like that. I'm not familiar with it, but so and the gals in the slow stitch group told me to use an old flannel. Don't go buying it, they said. So what Pearl is going to send me will be perfect. But I kind of want to stick to the pastel type colors. Oh, that's the back. This is the front. And that little scissors that Angie sent, I think Angie sent these. They'll go perfect on here. I think these came from Angie. She can verify. I think she sent these to me. And they'll go perfect. You're supposed to put something in the side of this 9-patch to symbolize you. I might try to find a thimble, but I think that little scissors charm. And I have another scissors in here, but I think it's too large. So what I want to do here, and this is not this was just an extra. And I'm going to take out some of these purple sheets because they'll be good for this doesn't go with it. This I had out for something else. This is Kim Holtz bug fabric. I was using it for, I did something with it. I don't remember what. But these flannel sheets that I have in here, this is also extra. Well, let me just see, I have little bits that I had left over from tearing this. I'm going to take these out right now. Here's the flannels that I want to take out. And see, these papers, this is another flannel. These papers came from Jacqueline. And I think I glued them together here. I think I used Yes Paste to glue these together. These are Jacqueline's periwinkle papers. And I put flannel sheets in between, but I also wanted to use, I'm going to fold this one up. I really don't like the cut edges. I don't think I have those cut edges on all of them. Well, most of them do though. Not all of them. I'm going to take these two out. And I can use these in my stitching, these little pieces that I'm pulling. And what I want to do is open up some of this parchment paper and use some of this parchment paper in here. And it's going to be fairly long, but the book cover is fairly long. And I'm going to have to cut it down. This is extra, and I cut the spine off of this because it was real small, and I'm gonna make a spine for it. I haven't decided how, but if I measure this from here to here, which is about the length of my, well, let's get out a paper. Let's take this paper and measure the paper. The paper measures from, well, 18 and 21 inches. But I'll probably make it 22 inches, and that will leave me room on each side. Right? I think I was going for 22. Because here is 18 and 4 more inches. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 more inches would just come out. 22 inches would come out about a ½ inch more. This paper itself, just guesstimating, 1, 2, 3, is about 21 inches. So about an inch, which would make me a ½ inch on each side. So if I use this, just put this here, match it up with the blue paper here, and match this one up with the blue paper. This is the front, this is the back. I'll have probably about a 2-inch spine, maybe a 2½ inch spine, which is a good size. About a 2 1/4 inch. But by the time I move this out a little on each side, make it a 2½ inch spine. So what I want to do tonight, first of all, let's count. We have 1, and my fabric may be a little shorter. I don't mind that. That doesn't bother me. And we'll see what works here. I want this underneath though. So I've got 1, 2. I counted this before, but I'd forgotten since then. 1, 2, 3. This is fabric. Actually, I've got 2 pieces there. I'll put paper in here. Or I could take one out. Take one out for stitching. So there's 4. This is Jacqueline's periwinkle paper, 5, 6. This is her lavender paper, 7. Jacqueline's lavender paper, 7, 8. I think there's 2 in there again. 8. I'm going to take one out. That's 8, 9, 10, 11, if I counted right. So let's count back. 1, 2, and I'll fold them as I go. 1, 2, this paper is really pretty if you can see it in real life. 3, this is a beautiful light blue. You can kind of see that on there. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I forget what I said before. Seemed like 8, 8, 9, 10, 11, which is 40. 11 times 4 is 44. But what I want to do, I took out 1, 2, and I took out some other pieces to start with, but I took out 2 while I was counting here. But what I want to do is put in some of this. So I have 11. So if I make 3 more sheets out of this, that would make it, no, 4 more sheets. That would make it 15. And 15 times 4 is 60 sheets. That will make a nice stitch journal. That's what I'm counting. Now, I wasn't going to bind this journal until December, but I may go ahead and bind it. Who was it that shared it with me? Somebody shared. I don't know who it was. Who shared that with me? A video where these gals were looking at, somebody had taken their book cover. And it wasn't, I don't know if it was on Facebook or on YouTube, but they had taken their book cover. This happens to be the back. And whatever they had on their book cover, this is a Thomas Kincaid book, but they had poked holes in their book cover and embroidered right on the book cover. And I thought that was really a beautiful thing to do. Now, this book cover is pretty thick. I would probably tend to embroidery. I don't know if I would embroidery on paper or maybe just embroidery on my cloth, which would be the same thing. But it was kind of neat because they were embroidering right on the book cover itself. It was really kind of a unique thing to do. I'm opening this package here in my own slapdash way, as K3N would say. And yes, I am following K3N Clock Tales this year. Her stitching. I'm not doing her journal where she's doing her self-care stuff. I've got so much going anyway that I'm not doing that. But don't you think that if I stick to this palette, and I might add other colors, but I think that these 2 at least, and this one, when she did this, she had a big 4 square piece that somebody had given her, and it was kind of rough like this one is, and she straightened it all out with her own unique little patches, and she really made it look nice. And so I said I was just going to do a wonky one. And that's what this is. Actually, it goes like this. I had this little house. I started stitching this little house. Was actually a 2-story house. but I was stitching it over one on like 36 count or something, and my eyes got so tired I just quit on it. I can handle the larger threads here, but I'm getting too old to stitch like this anymore. So, and this is just some running stitches I did. This I got off of that sampler. I made that sampler ornament, and these were the scraps from it that had these stitches and some of the alphabet on it. I used that. This is the word needle and the definition of needle. The only thing I don't like about this is this area right here. I'm going to put another piece here. But this piece I turned under. I turned under the edges. What I'm doing there. Oh, that's part of the design. It looked like a stray thread, but that's one of these thimbles on here. I'm trying to pick off the thread, but it's part of the bottom of the thimble. But she commented on leaving the edges raw. Now maybe she's leaving her edges raw because she's going to put another piece. I might, after I get this done, I might turn my edges under here, stitch this down a little nicer, and have it in a little bit nicer like that. I would go like this, really. But that's how I'm going to do my slow stitch journal for 2025. And I'm following her the best I can, but she is working on a quilt. And I know for tomorrow, she said which is Monday, this is her Monday video that she puts up. She's working on a quilt. She was going to do fancy stitching tomorrow. So she's not doing another block. I would kind of like to have a block a week. So I may do something like this again. I might do a 9-patch. I may take one of the techniques that she taught us last year and work it up into a square. I did not follow all of her wonky Wednesdays where she did all those log cabins. I might do a log cabin square to fill in on the blocks where she's doing something on her quilt that I can't convert into whatever I'm working on. But I'm going to try to follow her from week to week. Now, I think I said I was going to do 5 more pages here. So let's pull some paper out. I think I want to go for maybe the greens. And, hold it. I want, let's see, I have 11, so I want 4 more sheets to make it 15. But I need 2 papers. This is kind of a light green. I'm going to have to cut it down a little. That's kind of a light green. And let's go for the lavender. Oh, that's yellow. We'll do that. It looked lavender to me. We'll go for the yellow. Where's the lavender? Is this lavender? We'll go for the lavender. That's yellow again. I'm pulling out yellows. I don't want no yellows. Put that back in. I guess the lavender is right here at the front. Is that lavender? Looks blue to me. Hold on. Where's the lavender? Yellows. That's pink. Is this lavender? It's yellow. It looks lavender in here. It's yellow. Is this lavender? Or when I pull it out, will it be blue or yellow? Hold on. That looks green again. I guess that's kind of a... Yeah, I'm going for these lavender colors, but I don't see them in here. It should be this, but when you get it out, I guess that's kind of a lavender. It looks more green to me than lavender. Does that look lavender to you? It looks green. And when I pulled it out from down here, that's yellow. Maybe, see, I pull it out. Let's just pull it. I'm going to pull it all out. Why try to save it? I'll save that. I'll put it in a box or something. I do not see a lavender in this stack of papers like what I wanted. That's kind of lavender. Maybe that's what they're calling lavender. That's definitely a yellowish green. That's kind of a pinkish, and it looks yellow. Maybe it's my lighting in here. That's a yellow. Yellow. So I guess this is as close to lavender as I'm going to get. I guess I'm going to be happy with what I have here. Take this one off and put this one in. This is a parchment paper. I expected it to be much darker like this. I don't see any of this color. I see this light green. This looks more like this. And I'm not sure. I guess I kind of saw the pink, and then there's the real light. You never know what you're getting when you buy stuff in packages. You never know what you're getting. All right, let's see what we have. So I'm going to do these two for one, these two for one, these two for one. Whoops, I got an extra one there. And these two for one. And that's Jacqueline's paper. So what I want to do is take this out, and I'm going to try to do them the same size and this sheet. Now I'm going to move all of this off because I'll mess it up if I don't. So let's just pull this out and put it up here. Hopefully the wind won't blow it. And I'm going to kind of use, well, let's measure. Keep that off for now. So it's about a 1/2 inch here. I think I drew lines. Let's use my pencil. It really, I don't have to be that particular, but let's draw a 1/2 inch line on these as I go. 1/2 and 1/2. And then I'm pretty sure that I used Yes paste, and then I just glued the two together. That's pretty even with this. So let's take the periwinkle paper off, put it back. And the papers in my lap are getting in my way. Let's set them aside. And then I'm going to put glue down that 1/2 inch. So let me get a magazine. And my Yes paste is what I used. And that stuff on my floor. I actually vacuumed in here the other day. Yay me. Sometimes you wouldn't be able to tell it, but alright, I used my Yes paste. And do I have another palette? I'm going to buy me some cheapy palette knives. Go to the craft store and buy me 10 or 20 of them. $1.25 palette knives. I like these kind. And I'm only going to do a 1/2 inch down here. actually kind of give me a guide. It's way too much glue on my knife. Mary's gonna have to clean her knife off after she does this. And then I need a towel. Wipe my finger off. I got the fan on and it blows things around. So I'm gonna put this right in there, right along that line. Here's my towel that I and it's a little crooked, I think, or maybe my magazine is crooked. Honestly, put this straight. No, it's a little crooked. You can reposition this as you work. I think Becky looked it up one time, and yes, paste is repositionable up to 15 minutes. That looks a little better. But it does a good job. There we go. So there's what we're going to call the lavender. Let's smush it down over here too. And let's do the next page. I'll do the yellow. The yellow's pretty, but I'm not sure that lavender looks like, I'm not sure that I actually got lavender. I want to draw my 1/2 inch mark. It kind of gives me a guideline. Let's see what's going on out in chat. Let me refresh chat. I get into my bubble here, and yeah, I get to going, and there we go. I forget you guys are out there. Thank you for coming in on a Sunday night. I am going to quit at 10 o'clock. I got about a 1/2 hour to go here. Let's see. Brenda says she's in her pajamas. Yay, you made it home safe and sound. Did they say what was wrong with the truck? Did I miss that? Diane, Messy Palette, welcome in over in Australia. She says, dogs are great. My 16-year-old caboodle greets me like a puppy. So no matter if I've been gone 10 minutes or 10 hours. Angie says, Brenda, I'm glad you're safe. I forgot to ask you if you had something to drink, like water. Now get all cozy and chat. Brenda says, same Messy Palette. I can go to the mailbox and back, and when I come in, they greet me as if I've been gone all day. Aww. Angie's asking how Bo is. Brenda says, I did have water, Angie. I always have water with you. Mary, if I don't remember, what did she say? Mary, if I don't remember, Brenda, I'm glad you're the same. What did Angie? Something that she doesn't remember. Let's see. Beth Schuler says, I know Deb was a whirlwind, but no, I don't remember getting them. Beth said, oh dear, what was the price? What were we talking about? It might come tomorrow. Mary, Beth says, do we need to make a list for what we can do with paper mache? Well, you want to make a list? Brenda, Beth, you can do that in your group if you want. I'm not going to make a list tonight because I'm kind of tired. I am going to leave at 10 o'clock tonight. But that's really a great idea. If you have if you have a stream Tuesday night, you are welcome to make a list of what we can make with paper mache. What I'm going to do with my paper mache now is I want to make little motifs on the tree of life, and I'm going to probably glue them down to, it just depends. I don't think I'm going to try to make them right on the I'm recovering my Society of Idea Collector. I don't know if you saw, Beth, but I cut the vinyl off of these. I had a vinyl 3-ring binder. I cut the vinyl off of the front and brought it down to the cardboard. I left the vinyl on the inside because I got a surprise when I got inside of that. I was expecting the cardboard of the 3-ring binder to actually be bound on the journal. No, it was, the vinyl was wrapped around it. So what was holding the cardboard on those 3-ring binders, the one I tore apart, was the vinyl. So I kind of taped the vinyl onto the sides to keep it, but I had torn it down to the cardboard because I wanted to paper mache over it. And so I put a layer of paper mache on it, and then I'm going to come in with little flat motifs of the animals on the tree of life, like the peacock and the goat. Oh dear, what was the prize? What were they talking about? Thank you, LAK, for dropping a link to K3N. Beth, did you ever Beth, did you ever get my prize giveaway? Diane asked. And she says, not yet. When did you mail it? It might come tomorrow. She mailed it in November. I sent out 7 prizes, and yours is the only one not received. Well, just remember, from Australia to the United States and over the holidays, I won something from Australia, one of the streamathons a couple years ago, and I never got it. Never got it. So that's what happens. I hope you get it, Beth. Maybe it'll come. November isn't that long away. It could still show up in the mail. But Beth Schuler, if you want to make a list of paper mache, maybe you were just joking there, but if you want to do that, please go ahead and, what did I do here with my pencil mark? Honestly, it looks good down here, but it doesn't look good up there. Now, what did I do here? I went all off track up at the top. Oh, looks good there. It's okay, it's going to be glued over anyway, but... Alright. Now, where's my palette knife? Over here? Yeah. And I'm going to slip this paper under it just for safety. I just cleaned off my tabletop. There's some nice paper mache going. I just joined a paper mache group on Facebook, which really kind of got me started because I saw that recipe. Not the one I used, but I saw a recipe for paper mache on Facebook, and so I joined that group. But I didn't use the recipe. I grabbed one off of the internet. But I think that paper mache would be much smoother if I would have used the blender. I did not use a blender to smooth it out. Let's see, I think I'll put it this way. This parchment paper is pretty thick. It's almost like cardstock. That they're calling it parchment paper. I paid $10 for this packet, Hobby Lobby. So it's kind of expensive. And I wish I would have had a better lavender. The lavender looks gray to me, but it could be my lighting. So we've got the, I think this is what they're calling the lavender. It's kind of a lavender. Maybe if I get it under better light, it'll look better. And this, I think, is supposed to be the pink. No, where's the pink? Wait a minute. This is green. And I don't know what I have here. We're going to do this. Is that match even, or is it this? I think it's this one. This lighting, I can't tell in my lighting. One side looks lighter than the other to me. This looks green to me. I'm going to use this one and this one, I think. Let's pull these two out. We're done with these. Get them off. Could be throwing me off. And I'm going to flip my magazine page here. And these all look green to me. Some of them are supposed to be pink. Did I do the pink? That's yellow. I think that's supposed to be lavender. I think. Yellow. Did I have it down there? I'm waiting for my laptop to catch up with me. Come on, Meri. I'm on my red dot, but come on. I'm watching my laptop. It's just holding this yellow paper. I am all mixed up with this stuff. I'm going to use what I have if I can figure it out. This looks yellow, and that looks green. But if I turn it over, it looks lavender. I don't know. That looks green. I turn it over and it looks lavender. Maybe it's supposed to be that way. I haven't figured out the pink yet. All right, I'm going to use these two and just be happy with it. Do these look the same shade? Meri, do we need to make a note? Might come tomorrow. I know Deb was a whirlwind, but no, I don't remember getting them. Meri, if I don't remember, Angie says. Brenda, I'm glad you're safe. Dogs are great. Brenda says, I did have water, Angie. Beth Schuler says, yes, okay, I will. Brenda says, Bo is fine. When they get the truck up on the road back, Tracy, my tow truck guy and Bo were looking under it. The seal went out on the transfer case. The bearings probably went first. Wow. Well, it's probably a good thing you called them rather than tried to make it home. Brenda says, I can't type. I always have water with me. The little thing you were going to put on the quilt, Meri, I don't remember if I sent them. The little thing you were going to put on the quilt. Oh, the little scissors? Oh, the little scissors? I don't know what I did with it. You don't remember if you sent that little pair of scissors? Oh, that's okay. I was going to put this on the quilt piece, and Angie is saying she doesn't remember if she sent those. But you know, Angie, that little piece you sent, that wasn't you. Was that Cheryl? This might have come in Cheryl's envelope, and I said Angie. So I see what you're saying, Angie. I think this came with Cheryl's stuff. Let's see, what did I do with Cheryl's piece here? Thought I put it up here, too. No, I don't see it. I'll have to I did something with it. I said I was going to use it. Oh, I put it right here. I think this little scissors fell out of what Cheryl sent me, but this will go nice on one of my quilt pieces that I put in here. I don't know if it'll go nice with either of these two. I covered them up. Oh, it kind of goes in there, doesn't it? Kind of covers up that. It's kind of bulky, but that's okay. My book would be bulky. Or I could put this on the cover. I kind of like the idea of keeping it as flat as I can. Actually, she stitched this rose down. I was going to say I could take it off and just use the cluster and put the scissors on the cluster. I'll have to see if that will offend her, but I could take these stitches off and put my scissors on the middle of the cluster and put the cluster on here. This rose is too bulky to put on this block. Or I might just take the block and put it someplace else, and use the scissors. I like the scissors. Angie, I think those came from Cheryl. And I said you. Because my head wasn't thinking right. All right. Back to my quandary here. I'm just not happy with these papers. This matches this, I think, more. No, I guess not. This one, I think these two match better. It's so hard because the lighting changes for me, but I do think these two match and these two match. So that's how I'm going to do it. And we're going to get it done. Let me go down to the bottom. Angie says, that's okay, Mary. Thank you, Angie. Brenda says, my plans of going to the post office tomorrow went out the window. Bo is going to have to use his mom's truck to go to work. I don't want to take him to work at 6 a.m. and then go back at 4 and get him. That's how it goes, Brenda, but at least you're home safe and sound. That's what we care about. You can go to the post office another day. Oh, that would be cute, wouldn't it? Beth says paper mache in a picture frame would be cute. Beth said she'll do that on Tuesday. Okay, Beth. That sounds great. If you do that on Tuesday, I'll go out and look at the replay. I probably won't follow you Tuesday night. I think Tuesday is going to be a very busy day for us. All my days get busy during the week. I think we have a tatting class on Tuesday, one on Wednesday, and one on Thursday. We need to go to town someday in there, and then I stream on Tuesday and Thursday and Friday mornings, and my week is gone. Before I know it, the week flew by. Let's draw the line here. Get on with it, Mary. Get on with it. All right. It does help me to put these lines down the half-inch mark here. Kind of keep my paper straight. A little straight. I got to take this pencil out in the back porch and sharpen it. All right, and I shouldn't be leaving that glue uncovered. All the yucking that I'm doing. Let me get some of that off of my... I think I need a little more on my now. It really doesn't matter if the colors don't match because they're going to be on different sides of the book. It's really hard to tell with the lighting in my room what's what. This looks green, but this looks green in my laptop, in my notepad, but it doesn't look green in real life. All right. Got some sticky on there. Let's flip this page. This is an old local sales trade magazine. I get them at the grocery store. Got one more to do here, and then we'll be done. These two, which don't look pink to me at all. That one looks a little pink. That one looks blue. Doesn't matter. Do it and get it done. Put it there. Yeah, if you guys go check out Debbie Epps' shop. She had a really good sale today. I think she's going to sell again in February, she said. And I told her to pop in here and let us know when she sells during February. Sometime in February she's going to sell. Again, she's trying to convert her room from a big room into a corner, or what all. I'm not sure exactly how she phrased that, but she's doing some general destashing. I bought quite a bit from her. She had inks and papers and stencils. What else did I buy? I bought those wax. It's a wax, it's not a wax that you heat and make wax seals out of, but you use it you can use it over your wax, a wax paste. It's a wax paste, and you can color your wax with it. And I was looking, and she used Finnabar, and Finnabar is a good product, and that stuff can be quite expensive. And of course, she said what she bought, it's been in tubes now, and it used to be in the little bottles. But I have a bottle now that I'm using of just silver, and it lasts me such a long time. So for what I do, I don't use it all the time either, but I'm finding it comes in handy. And I'm trying to learn how to make my own, but I didn't have very good success. It got hard on me. I did something wrong. So 1, 2, 3. This yellow is really pretty. 4. And so I should have 15 sheets here after all this yelling I've been doing. Let's get this off my desk. Let's cover up my Yes paste. What time is it? 9:50. I'll have just enough time to organize this. So I will be streaming again Tuesday morning at 6 a.m. But tomorrow is Monday, and you know our Monday routine. I don't think Becky's going to be streaming yet tomorrow. Her house is under construction. Oh, you know, I need to trim this. I think I got it okay lengthwise. Well, no, I don't have to trim it. It fits. Good. And I'm going to leave this pretty yellow out on the back, on the front page, because it's very pretty yellow. I might have to, well, we'll let that seal. You have to let it seal. Don't go folding it yet. So I don't have to trim it. So 15, if I do one and skip 2 and do another one and skip 2, right? Or 3. We'll skip 3 and do another one. No, I think I need to skip 2. Let's move that down 1. Skip 2. I might need to skip 3, but we'll see. We'll go down 1 more here. We'll put this one in here. And skip 2. 1, 2. And do this one. That's perfect. Alright, let's straighten these out. And I think that I will end up binding this. Let's make it nice and straight again. So 1. You don't need that anymore. Let me put this up. Put that over there. Put my palette knife in the water. I need to clean my brushes and palette knives. 1. And then this is Jacqueline's paper. 2. And then a purple sheet, cloth. 3. And then a piece of parchment paper. 4. And Jacqueline. 5. Cloth. 6. Jacqueline. 7. Isn't that beautiful? I don't know if you guys can see that. It's really pretty. 8. Parchment. 9. Jacqueline's. 10. Fabric. 11. Jacqueline. 12. Parchment. 13. Fabric. 14. And Jacqueline is at 15. So 15 times 4 is what, 60? And that will make a really nice journal. And then I'm going to have to figure out let me throw that paper towel away. Get the parchment. Let me turn that fan. It's blowing my stuff around. Move it around. Had it nice and neat. I thought I did anyway. Get this parchment paper. I'll have to find a box for this extra stuff. Make nice cards. I got a box that I can put it in over there. Put it up there for now. Reach. I'm looking for my book covers. Here's my ruler. Here are these. These will go in here. I have to cut them to fit, but they will go in here. And what did I do with the book covers? Here they are. So the book covers will go. I'm going to actually take these out for now because they're messing me up. Here. And I'm actually going to move it over about a 1/2 inch. Approximately a 1/2 inch. Approximate. Let's straighten this out again. and make this about a 1/2 inch. And where's my other book cover? About a 1/2 inch over here, approximate. Ooh, that's a pretty wide. That got pretty wide. How much is that's about a 1/2 inch. But by the time you put all that fabric in there and everything, it needs depth. That looks like about a 3 inch. It was 2.5 before. 1, 2, 3, about a 3 inch. But I'll have a gutter in there, so it'll probably be about a 2.5 inch, which is okay for them. But I kind of want to keep these pieces flat. These are the pieces. I think I'll work on cutting these down. And I don't mind if they fray out. I'm not going to try to seam them. Looks like they glued them down. Then I'm not going to cut them tonight because I'm kind of tired. These are pretty. They'll go nice in here. And I'll need to cut them. Well, let's get the book off and play with these. These are, all my blocks are going to be 6 inch or approximate 6 inch. I'm going to take them back out in the living room because I'm going to work with them. These I'm going to put to one side here. Let's put it like this on the bottom. Hold on. Like this. And like that. And I'll just move it off like this. And put it on top of everything over there. I don't know if it can hold any more over there. I'm going to have to get over there and clean that out. So on here, this measures, boy, I feel that. That modeling paste didn't get it clean. I tried hard. Look at that on there. That wasn't from my Yes paste. That was from that wallpaper or that paper mache stuff. When you get it wet, it's hard to see where the stuff is at. Boy, I could feel it there, though. You can still feel it there. All right. So on here, this measures. Get my metal ruler out. I like it better. Hard to see, but I like it better. This measures across here 11.5 inches, which is the size of a piece of paper. This measures 10, about 10 and a fourth, and I want this to be 8.5. But I need it to be centered, kind of centered, so I think I'm gonna have to take more off of here. Let's see, 8.5 would be right to there. Oh, move it down a little. 8.5 would be right to there, and right to take about a 1/2 inch off here. So I want to cut probably an 1.25 inches off of here, 1.25 inches off of here, and a 1/2 inch off of up here. And if it doesn't exactly match in there, it's going to be okay. I'm going to let it fringe out anyway. So I'm going to mark here with my pencil. I don't mind, maybe I'll mark it on the back. The back will show anyway, because I'm not going to, well, I might put this down on paper or fabric. I was going to make it a separate page. They did such a good job of stitching on the back that I think I want to let the backstory show. I want 1.25 inches. Let's just measure it on here. So right in here, and well, that's really 1.5 inches. No, it's about 1 inch. Well, it's about, yeah, it's about there. The paper's kind of weird. And about here. So I'm going to draw a line. And I don't mind, like this will probably fray off. My pencil marks will probably fray. And I don't mind it. It's the back anyway. I'm going to cut there. I do have fabric pencils that I can, chalk pencils, but not with me. So I'm going to cut there, and then I only want 1/2 inch off of here. And I'm just going to do that right on here. About 1/2 inch there, about 1/2 inch in there. It's not going to be exact, but it's all right. It's exact enough. And since we marked this, let's just go ahead and cut it. I wasn't planning on it, but and I'm going to use my, I think I'll use my fabric scissors. But from Suzanne Hale, I don't know whatever happened to that gal. Haven't seen her for years. Suzanne, if you're ever out there, come on in and say hello. I lost all track of her. She was always sending me stuff. And I'm not so good at cutting stuff here, so bear with me. Turn it this way, I can see the line a little better. Yeah, I don't know whatever happened to Suzanne Hale. H-A-L-E. She seemed to drop out of all the groups that I'm in. She had fallen off of a horse at one time in her life and broke her neck, she said, and she had a lot of health problems. And I think that I haven't seen her since 2020, so I hope that she's okay. Now, I do have a faint mark, but it's on the back. On the front, it's fine. So let's cut this. Move this ruler back. Move this ruler back, and I'll save this. We'll see what happens with that. Let's cut this one. I don't know if you guys can see me cutting down here, but it seems to work. Or it also works if I cut this way. Well, sort of. It's hard to cut under the camera. And I'm not the best anyway, but under the camera I'm really not that great. Yeah. I want to knock stuff off with my elbow. There we go. Got another strip to throw in the... So this should be 8.5, 11 by 8.5. I think this is 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Well, really 11.5 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.5. And I think my other sheets of paper were 11 by 8.5, so I might have an extra 1/2 inch here that I don't need, but I can use that when I bind these two together. So let's do this one. Since I'm up doing them, let's get them both done. It's after 10. Kitty Jen says, I didn't know that cars or trucks breaking down could give anyone fevers. That's a new concept. Brenda, you silly lady. Probably get a fever if you're out in the cold and not feeling good. Beth Schuler says, Mary, you will need that 3-inch spine for the whole year. I'll bet you I will, Beth. I'll bet you I will. I think I am going to go ahead and bind the journal because I did not bind my 2024. I still have it to bind. So I'm going to take another path this year and bind it and work in it as I go, like what K3N did in her streams. And then at the end of 2024, I will be as far with putting my pages in as I get. I probably will not be clear to the end yet. But we're going to try it a different way this year. I tend to do that with my journals. I like to work flat in my art journals now when I do my art journaling. I like to work flat and then bind them, but then I get all these signatures that need to be. I'm putting my hair back up on my head. It was falling down in my face. All right. But Beth, you are right. What did Angie say? Angie, Jen, I don't know about cars or trucks, but my broom breaks down. Angie, you silly lady, you don't ride a broom. Unless you're an angel. Do you have an angelic broom, Angie? We could put anti-angels on a broom. But my broom breaks down and I have to take it to the next jet shop to get a new handle put on it. Oh, those birds like to get free rides. Oh, Angie, you giving birds a free ride on your broom? That makes a cute little picture. Angie with wings on and giving birds a free ride on a broom. And she's going to the jet stop, and look, see, they framed this, and looks like they glued this down with something, I don't know, paper, I don't know, but that's all going to get cut off. So let's measure. This hopefully is, hopefully this is 11.5 too, but even if it isn't, I'll throw this stuff away. All right, let's measure. From here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 8, 9, 10, 11, about 11.5. So I was kind of leaving these two sides, but they're kind of messy. Those others were not that messy. Let's, I think I could probably soak this off, this paper, off of the fabric. I don't know what it looks like they glued it down on the back, glued it down on the backing is what they looked like they did. But I could probably trim that off and still get away with it, but we'll see. So we want in here, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, about 10. I'm going to count it as 10. It's probably about 10 and a fourth. And this looks smaller on this side than this side. Now I'm going to leave these two sides for now. No, I'm going to cut this. Let's see. I need it 8.5. Let's turn it to the back. Oh boy, it's a mess on the back. This is a mess. Don't glue your needlework. They probably said, nobody will care. It's just thread. I'm giving it to my grandma. Nobody will ever see the back. And here's Meri taking it apart and cussing them out. Can't get that off. I could probably soak that off, but at least I'm gonna cut over here. I could cut this off. If I cut from here, cut this trim off, cut about a 1/4 inch off, and that, well, let's cut a 1/2 inch off. That makes this 2, and I need this to be, well, let's mark a 1/2 inch right there. So we need this 8.5. 8.5 would come way over here. And that makes that 2, and this 1/2. Oh, about 2. About 2. If I make this a 1/2, if I cut that 1/2 inch off, from here to here is 2. This is 6.5 to 8.5 is 2. So I'll be okay. So what I'm going to cut off from here is I don't like all the fractions. Is about an inch, because this is kind of uneven. So I'm going to mark an inch over here, which takes me to that mark I made right there. But it's to sneeze, excuse me. I left a little on the edge here, about a 1/4 inch. It's about an 1.25 inches. And let's go 2 inches here to 6. That's 4.5, 5.5, 6.5 would be right here. And that leaves, yeah. And let's mark this. And we want 2 inches, which would be right there. So I'm thinking that I'm going to cut along this line, and that'll get rid of this. I don't think I'll get rid of all this stuff on this side. I'll be pulling at it till I'll be pulling at it. Excuse me a minute. I gotta stop. I sneezed, and I gotta stop and wipe my nose and clean my hands. All right. So we're going to cut along this line. That one's a little off, but that's okay. Just so that these are And then we're going to cut. I want me to mark a 1/2 inch. A 1/2 inch. Oh, I can't see with that ruler. 5 1/2. Right in here. And right in here. I'm going to check that notebook before we leave tonight. See how much of it is dried. Some of it's dried, but I'm not going to put wax paper down on it again. All right, so we're going to cut here and here. And that should be about the size of this. And it is about, it's a little under. Is it under over here too? Well, I think it'll be okay. I think it'll be okay because this will be on one side of the book and this will be on the other side. So let's go ahead and cut it. Get rid of some of this crap that's on it. Yeah. So tomorrow is Monday. Dee Dee Willingham comes on at 8:30 Eastern. Janet Young comes on at 1 Eastern, I believe. And I don't know about Stacy Catitude. The last I heard, she was taking a break. Huh. My poor list here. I keep saying I'm going to make a new one. Barb Owen at 6 Central on Mondays. Now Becky usually comes on at 6:45, or 6:30 or 6:45, but her house is torn up. I doubt if she comes on, but you might look, because sometimes she does these little progress videos. Never hurts to check out Becky's channel. Art Junkie comes on Monday nights. I have her at 8 p.m. Crochet from the Lounge Chair. And Scrappy Girl Dana Yates comes on Monday nights at 6:30 p.m. I am going to join a video hop. It's a every month video hop with Ayala Arts. Her name, she calls herself Margaret. I don't know if that's her real name or not, but it's Ayala. And APG Jamie is in that video hop. I'm not joining till March. I kind of get my busyness settled down a little, my New Year busyness. But it's a video hop, and it won't be like hours long. She said to keep the videos between 8 and 10 minutes. Around in there, and I will be announcing more of that when it comes along. So that's something that I'm going to be participating on 2025. She had actually messaged me. If you happen to see I had a comment up on my community tab who was interested, and it looked like I had made a mistake when I posted that, because I thought I was posting a poll and it was really a quiz. But it looked like more people were interested in watching than participating, which makes sense. Not a lot of, unless you're a creator, Now, this should pretty much match, almost pretty much match this. And it almost pretty much matches. It might be a little off here and there. But that isn't going to make a big difference because they'll be on separate pieces. But what I want it to match, and I'm not going to get it out because I put them away, and I'm afraid I'll knock everything down. I want it to match lengthwise, so I'll be folding one of these under and probably stitching across there. I will not be pasting. And this, you know, I could probably cut a little of this off because I think I'll have plenty of room here. We'll deal with that when the time comes. But these will go in that book too. And they're already stitched. I love them. I love the colors. I think the colors are perfect for this book. And I did not do these. I bought these. I don't even think they were in frames when I bought them. Somebody pulled them out of the frames. I don't remember pulling them out of the frames. So let me grab the paper mache stuff that I know, Society of Idea Collector Journal, and we'll put it up here and see what kind of a shape it's in. It's right here behind me. A hop, skip, and a jump. Oh, I've got that plastic on my foot. What is that? It's that plastic that's stuck on the bottom of my toe. Get off of my toe. This. I thought the floor was wet, but what did you do, Mary? I didn't remember having anything wet down there. I think this is going to be nice. It might warp a little. It looks like it's warping a little. Now, I'm concerned that it's going to crack, though. If it warps a little, I think it'll be fine. It's still damp in here. What I might do is when this gets a little bit drier, I don't want to put anything on it now but I think that by weighting this center down, we'll take out some of this warp here. Now, it's warping, it's covering in, and I don't want to hit it with the heat gun because there's vinyl on here. So we'll see how this turns out in the long run. I did put modeling paste over, I think, which smoothed a lot of it out. I might put some more modeling paste, or I might just leave it rough and textury. It's just an experiment. And that's what you're supposed to do with Society of Idea Collector, is have fun with your stuff and experiment with it. Let's put these back under here. Maybe. I'd love to put a book on that, but I'm afraid to. It just needs a little bit of weight in the center. I don't think I have another. That's my glue. So we're going to leave it there, and I'm going to come out and say goodbye to everybody. I only ran a half an hour over tonight. Let me come in and say goodnight to everybody. Brenda, we're glad you're home safe and sound. Good night, Angie. Sweet dreams. Bless you, too. Legia, sweet dreams to you. Don't work too hard. Legia says she's like Snow White with all the birds coming to her on the broom. Yeah, we just had the greatest picture of Angie with angel wings riding a broom and all the little birdies riding along on the handle. Angie says, I crack myself up sometimes. Well, you made me giggle there, Angie. Legia, they just don't give me an apple, just bird seeds. Good night, Angie girl. She says, okay, ladies, I need to go. Good night, Brenda. We're so glad you made it home safe and sound. Kitty Jen, good night. Let's see. Legia says bye. Brenda says good night. Legia says it was good to work along with you. I think, Legia, you were painting, weren't you? I think Legia was painting. Good night, Joyce. Glad you strung along with us. I think I remembered to say hello to you early on, but good night. Okay, everybody, we'll check this out Tuesday morning. I probably will not get in here tomorrow. If I get in here tomorrow, I'll be working on stuff for the community center. All right. Have a really, really good week. Go enjoy your art and your time while you have it. Yeah, we're blessed to have time to work on our art. We don't have to be masters. We just have to go have fun. All right. Bye-bye, everybody.